Mr. Ancient,
What's up, Andy? How's it?
I'm good and you, Chief?
I'm okay, man. I'm really good. What's going on your end today? How's your Sunday, child?
I'm good, I've been good. Has the live just started?
Yeah, I just started now. I just opened now.
No. New topic for today.
Yes, new topic. We're taking a break from the stories. We want to catch our breath, and then we'll start again. Yeah, maybe in the new week. We'll start our stories in the new
Okay,
week. For now, I just want us to just have some random conversations to stimulate our minds. It gets boring
okay.
when it's one thing wire. So today,
I
there's
think today
actually
we're gonna
this.
need a moderator.
Oh yeah, she's gonna join us soon. We do have a couple of
Okay.
moderators. They will join us soon.
I feel like
Um,
I feel like this is like scheduled at this point. Every time I'm here.
yeah, it's
Like
good. I
at eight
like it
o'clock I
that
look at
way.
the time, I look at the icon if you're alive or
I'm just
not.
here to sign the register, gents. Don't
Malule,
worry, I'm
thank you,
with you.
Malule.
It's a Sunday session. I'm drinking. I'll join you a bit later.
Just stay
I
safe, my
come
man.
home
Stay
at
safe,
seven.
whatever you're doing.
I come home at
Stay. S-
7 and 8 o'clock I'm on the live.
That's good. I'm happy. It means you're getting value. So I'm happy that there are people who get value,
Yes,
from what
I'm a
we do here.
supporter now.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for showing the love. Thank you. Thank you. There's this thing on the news which we're talking about today. This protest that Dudula was trying to hold yesterday and everything. Do you think it's a wrong timing or that's the right move? They made the right move. I mean, what's these guys? They just don't read the room, or well, this was the right
I
thing
don't
for them.
think
What do you guys think?
I think it's the wrong timing because y'all were quiet. Now the women are starting a movement. Then you decide to jump on your movement. Well, y'all were quiet, so I think it's wrong timing.
And also, they want to do it now when world leaders are in the country, and which is a good thing. I mean, they want to get their voices heard. But now crossing the line, because the government said it's fine, you can protest, but protest here, and we will note you. Now they want to cross the line. They want to go block the road where world leaders are driving past. Does that not pose some sort of security threat? In some countries, you will be charged for treason.
True, true. I think
World
there's
leaders are
timing like
passing.
for
These people have
everything.
high top security and so on. Now, is that not how leaders are even assassinate? Now you, oh no, I think I don't know though. But Dudula is Dudula.
I I think there's a way to do everything. You
It's
can
good.
protest legally. I think everyone should protest legally.
Absolutely, there were a
There's
lot
a
of interest groups that were protesting there over the weekend. People were protesting for the white farmers. People were protesting. There are different protests going on yesterday. I mean, over the weekend.
true, true.
Mara, these ones they wanted to be seen.
And another thing, when there's other world leaders involved, you're just embarrassing your country now. You look uncivilized at this point.
Exactly. Exactly. That's that. No, it didn't look right. I'm just waiting. Let's hear what the others have
Like
to say today.
in other countries, they choose a designated area, they protest so far from away from people, blocking roads,
We
blocking cars,
we
because
did
there's people
it. South
trying to get
Africa
to
did it. South
work.
Africa gave a designated area. Togozile, how are you? Umzali, you're welcome. South Africa, they gave a designated area. They said you can protest within. They gave an area, but those people, the Dulas, they were there protesting in that area. After some time, it's like they got too excited. They left that area. They were not trying to go to the main road where world leaders are passing to stop world leaders from crossing. Bruh.
I think it's not a good look for the country. And the adrenaline rushes are so high now. They are getting too excited over nothing at this point.
So as I'm
Because
asking,
people are
is
gonna
it a
go,
smart move or a wrong timing? Yeah, it is well. Togozile, how are you?
it's just bad timing.
Hi, Mr. Ancient. How are
Awesome.
you? Hi, everybody.
Togo, I've missed you, eh?
Bad timing and bad behavior.
Very,
Yay,
very
yeah,
bad.
been
Don't
away
get me
for
wrong.
some time.
Why? What happened? How do you just divorce me like that without any notice? And I didn't even sign.
I didn't divorce. I didn't divorce you guys. I told you that I was going through some stuff. But anyway, I will call Namia.
Are you fine now, though?
You guys
Everything
are
coming
talking
together?
about this protest and everything.
Yeah, we are. We are. Are you? Is everything coming together for you now,
I'm
though?
breathing. That's what's important.
Yeah, right. It is well.
Yeah, I guess
Mr.
Umzali,
I'm
Agent,
okay. Things are. Mr. Ancient, that's not ngami. Let's not even talk about me. Can you
no, it's fine. It's fine. You and I will talk. We'll have our separate chat. No, it's okay. As long as you're breathing, as long as you're fine, I'm happy. Umzali, yini.
Yes.
why is Umzali not talking?
Spoken like a true toxic man. Yin. Just after you've just committed the offense, you will ask, what did I do?
Vele, what did I
The
do?
sheer audacity.
What did I do?
The sheer audacity.
I'm just being the good host when I'm being the polite host. And now what did I do when
Can't
leave
you
me alone?
say the life has missed you? This thing of I missed you. What kind of hosting is that?
I like the word using host. When you use the word host, you understand that as a host, there is some sort of bond or attachment I have with my people, especially for
What
someone
are
like
you
Towozile.
bonding?
Towozile was one of our regulars. She was here like every day for months.
Hey,
And
it's
I was like,
because she needs us also. It's not because we need her, please. She wants to be here. She's not doing favors. She wants to be here.
but I
So
miss her. And I
why
miss
are
her
you
voice.
this
Did you hear
friend?
that soft voice? Hi.
Anyway, hi, Mr. Goat. How are
Didn't you
you?
hear the soft voice? Just imagine that soft voice playing in a different setting.
That's my problem. That's why I was recording.
Guys, let's try to reach 1K before the whole crew comes.
Yeah, let's hit 1K. That's true. Thank you, Andy. Umzali, excuse me. Don't worry, I got you. You know, no one else but you.
That it better be the case.
Well, it is. It is. There's no doubt about that. I don't even know. Are you doubting that?
Do you know, even if you know no one was going to rob a museum, you still have to put guards outside. That's all I'm saying.
Say that again. Even if what?
Even if you know no one is coming to rob the museum tonight, there still needs to be guards every night. In case that one night somebody decides to get creative.
Sure. You're right. You're right. But don't worry. Togozile, she knows what's up. She knows what's up. Well, anyway, guys, Dudula, was it the wrong move or right timing? Let's hear what you guys have to say. We saw what happened yesterday and yeah, over the weekend. G20, it was a great one. But for now, guys, let's hit our likes. Let's hit it up to at least 1K. And then we'll start the conversation. And at 10K, if we don't hit 10K before 8:40, we pause and we go back again. Let's hit it. Mr. Goat, what's up? Oh, okay, we hit 1K already. Let's just push them. We can continue.
I'm good, and
5K
how
is
are
not
you?
far then. My man, I'm okay. What's going on with you?
I'm fine.
That's good. Togozile, this one that you joined us today, I'm sure things are okay. And did you join because of the topic? What's up with the doula?
Before I can say anything, Mr. Ancient, what are they doodling?
How you're asking me? I thought she was your neighbor.
What are they doodling? I don't see the point of them protesting, whether it's Dudula, whether it's GPV, like, that is my personal opinion. I don't see any point for that, for real.
Okay. But anyway, they did it. They wanted to block world leaders from traveling into the Nasrec Center where the event was holding. They wanted to
And
block
what
people
would they
from
gain
going.
from that? What would they gain from that?
At least the
Attention. They just
Zandile's
want
picture will be on
attention.
CNN tomorrow.
They want attention.
Exactly. They want attention most.
Guys, it's either you want something and you know that you're fighting to get it at the end of the day, or you just
They knew
gonna
what
be a
they were doing.
fool and just make noise for the whole entire day and be tired and then come back at home and still be complaining about the very same thing. So work smart. Don't work dumb.
They knew what they were doing was going to make the news, so it was intentional. They just want attention.
Okay, you wanted
Just
an
to
attention, but clearly behind that attention, there's something that you want because you felt like you were not being given that attention. So you had to do something to draw the eyes and everybody to listen to you. What is it that you want? Even if after you've done that, you've got the attention, did you get what you want, exactly what you want? Are you going to get it? No. Work with what you have and move on. This is life, guys. This protesting and doing things, I just feel like they're useless. I know people will chow me out because of those purple stickers and everything, but this GPV thing, you were protesting with the perpetrators. They were doing their
but
amandla to
you
everything.
These have been my sentiments from the jump, to be honest.
but you
They,
cannot say they were protesting with perpetrators.
but they were. There are perpetrators who are coming
Yes,
in.
they are perpetrators. We know that, but that I don't think that is the correct word to say, especially in a public platform. Remember, the
No,
internet
but
doesn't
then
forget.
who doesn't understand English? We're not saying that people who are protesting are perpetrators, but they are
I get you
protesting
what you're
with
saying. You're
them in
saying that they
company,
were
in their
protesting
company.
with perpetrators. I get you what you're saying. But if you could have checked the video which is currently circulating on the internet, where one lady lashed out on another lady regarding GBV, you know, I believe you've seen that video. You could see that there is no remorse, there is no anything in terms of the way people wanted those women to react. You know, that lady was speaking in pain. You know, it takes they usually say it takes a community to raise a village, but you could see that it takes a courage to utter such hurtful words. You know, especially experiencing what has happened with your 16-year-old child. You know, and you're having the courage to tell everyone that this is what happened, and the person who's leading the march is the son of the perpetrator. You'll see that people expected a certain reaction, so you cannot say that they were perpetrators. Yes, we could say the mother, but we don't know the full context of the story.
I can't. I'm in no position to comment on that because I don't know the full context.
Yes, that's
I
what I'm saying.
don't
We
know the
don't know
full
the full
context.
context
I'm
of the
with you,
story,
and
but
we don't know
according
what
to
really
what we've
happened there.
seen, according to what we've seen and what we've heard and the reactions we've seen, we could juggle two words or two in terms of what may have been the cause, you know. And in terms of Dudula, just to be honest, Dudula was out of context, was out of line. Remember that it is the very first time that G20 is coming into South Africa. You know, to host G20 South Africa, it's a privilege. You know, at least there would be a development somewhere in terms of, besides not mentioning the corruption, the corruption part, but there might be a sort of development. So them striking, they are jeopardizing the opportunities which might come ahead in 2016 or before that, you see. So them striking, they just wanted attention. You know, they lack attention, they just wanted attention, they just
You know
wanted
what?
to
I
be
have no
seen.
problem with the protesting, right? But it's the strategy of it where, you know, there's no point in cutting your left leg because your right leg is not working. And that's what it looks like to me in this case. You know, because at the end of the day, how we are viewed as a country impacts a lot of things. It has a huge impact on our economy. And if it trickles down, you will still be suffering financially. So, and also if other countries no longer want to invest anything or work with South Africa, then we are still limping. Yes, this
They will continue
the
protest. That's what they do best.
protesting is a problem. Let's protest for our leaders here while we are here. But this thing of trying to hang South Africa bare and air our dirty laundry to every country, it's not going to help us in any way, because now, yes,
Exactly.
they're going to know there's a problem of GP. Then the problem of GPV gets dealt with however people feel like is a satisfactory way of it being dealt with. And then after that, our economy is suffering more than it already is. So yes, GPV is a national crisis. I agree with that.
Yes,
So
indeed.
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
How,
GBV is a
Andy, what do you
national
mean?
crisis.
My analogy is always get you need 10 mean.
Don't cut off your left leg just because your right leg is not working. Ish. Your analogies always get me.
But that's what we're doing, honestly speaking. That is
Yes.
what we're doing. This public protesting, we are still going to suffer in one way or the other.
I agree. It's
Thank you.
pointless at this point now. It's pointless at this point.
You know, this GPV thing,
Especially
it won't
especially
stop,
when
guys. It will
you are
continue
trying to
because we
dispose.
also contribute.
I think the only protests that work are work protests where people are complaining about raises. That's where I see the most results. But social issues, the government literally doesn't care.
And also, guys, we can blame the government all we want, ne? But these people that are being perpetrators of GPV, we are raising these men. We are telling them it's okay from the young age. If the boy is hitting a girl child, it's like, yeah, shamumtanam ya shaya, but you're not teaching them that that's wrong. If your girl child is thinking it's okay to hit, your child is hitting other children, regardless of the gender. You are
Yeah, that
acting
starts
like,
at
yeah,
home.
it's okay. You
That
and
behavior
our
starts at home.
The problem is,
and also
charity starts at home, and the problem is the reason why there's a high rate of GPV from a young age. You find that you are a minor. You're a minor, and every time you're experiencing your father beating up your mother, and growing up, you think that no, this is life. When your woman doesn't
exactly.
do right by you, you have to beat up your woman because you grew up like that. You grew up experiencing that, So you think that's the way, that's the right way in order for you to act, in order for a woman to listen. That's why there is always going to be a high rate of GPV, because once you experience something from a young age, and when you're growing up with that thing, it's not easy for you to forget, that
And
thing is going to
sometimes
affect you.
And sometimes we are the ones that work against the law, because if you look at it, honestly speaking, there's this young woman who was trending for saying that if a man, the best revenge on a man is accusing them of rape, falsely accusing them of rape and get them put away. It's things like that that make it now that cause the society, that cause even when you go to court for them to ask you how did it happen, when did it happen, and you find
True.
yourself being asked uncomfortable questions
True.
based on something that you've been through because of people who take these things lightly and don't take them seriously enough and don't understand the gravity of these things, or even if they do understand the gravity of these things, they choose to weaponize them for fun and pleasure and
Yo,
for their own
hi
spiteful
guys.
gains.
And
Hi
can I
guys.
add something?
Umzali, sorry, my king. How's it, guys? Umzali, so this lady says that the best way to get a revenge on a guy is to accuse them of that thing. True.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, yeah, ne? Sorry, my king.
Can I
So that
also add?
same woman, if that same woman finds themselves in a position where they've now been raped, ne? Tomorrow, once they've been raped, how are we supposed to now rally behind her and say, you know what, you deserve justice, after she posted on a public platform, Twitter, or what
Can
is
I
it
say
called?
something? I think if South Africa were to create an offense for that, you need to get a jail time for that.
Yes,
People would stop
because
doing that because it's really messed up.
No,
And
but
can I
it has
also
already
add,
been it has already been messed up from the past. It's just that now it's a thing of like it's a way of living now. They are
it's harder
making it
now.
a way of living. It's like a must,
And I
and
don't
that's
mean, yeah, and I'm not trying to victim blame or anything, right? But a lot of people who are in these domestic violence situations, they themselves don't want to go through the channels to seek help. And then now,
Please say that again. That's what I
no, they
said.
themselves don't want to go through the right channels that they need to go through to seek the help that they require. Because yes, you didn't ask for it. We get that. But go through the channels now that it's happened that you need to go through to make sure that this is not, you don't end up as another statistic. But no, now
yes,
all of us must rally behind it and all of that. You want the community to come and intervene. But the thing is, the community is going to come and intervene and can only do so much.
yes, you are correct. Just recently, I was like
May
at
I?
the
May I?
in the High Court of Johannesburg, in terms of attending this case of rape and
Hi,
everything.
Sassy.
But just only to find out that during the proceedings of the case, that lady was actually lying, about being raped by that man. In
And that's
terms
the
of the
thing. It's harder to
contest.
make
Sorry?
it
Eish.
becomes harder to make harsh punishments on punishments on the sentences now, because for cases like that, what if the bro has been falsely accused? Now we
Yes,
punished a person who's innocent at this point. They say
yes.
bring back the
During the
death penalty.
proceeding, when they
What if
found
the
out,
falsely accused person dies now? What are we gonna say? Sorry, sorry.
no,
Nah.
besides saying sorry, the magistrate asked
May
in terms of the
may
contest what actually happened, and in terms of what Umlazi said, questions that you find that you're being uncomfortable with. But during that contest, in terms of cross-questioning the perpetrator and the witness there, you could see the contest that no, this lady is those ones, Babu Mavoso and stuff, So in terms of the contest, in terms of the money, Tabatsa Patela, they did not agree. The lady wanted 8.5. The man said
What?
no. The man said no.
For that?
The man said no. I only have 3.5. I don't have 8.5. The lady said no. If you want to sleep in prison, do that. The lady didn't bath. The lady went straight and reported a case of rape. Okay, yes, they did the testing and everything. They went there. They find the gentleman still stressed, calling his friends to organize at least the money. The police came and fetched the guy. They did testing with the guy. They found that no, it's a match.
It's
Once
real
they
now.
found out that it's a match, the guy went there to prison. The case kept on postponing until it was resolved. When it was resolved in terms of the contest of the case, they found out that no, the lady is lying. The lady is lying. Now it's in terms of the gentleman wants to sue the state because they didn't have time to listen to his side of the story. They offered him a public lawyer, but the man refused because you know how public lawyers operate. If you don't have a private lawyer, you won't win a case. So it was the contest
Good
of
whenever I'm speaking to these lovely
Mavoso,
people.
So you could see
So,
that
Whenever
what
I'm
does
speaking
I
to
would
this
these
like
do?
to
lovely
say
people.
something if you guys don't mind. Good evening, Mr. Ancient.
Whenever
Good
I'm
good
evening,
evening.
speaking to
everybody.
these lovely people.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm in this chat.
Good
The
whenever I'm
host
speaking
and I,
to lovely people.
sorry, the host and I, we know each other for a long time. It's my first time that I join you guys in the live here.
Welcome,
And
Mama.
hi, good that you guys are having this conversation. I'm joining from Germany. I'm a proud South African. And I joined in on Friday with my international community in this campaign. Now, the one thing that we spoke about today is exactly, I think it was Mr. Gotha just spoke. We spoke exactly about those people who are, I've seen that video over and over and over on TikTok, where this woman is screaming at the other one and saying, you join in with gender-based violence, but you were the one who has been covering the perpetrator and you are still laughing at me today. Now, the thing is, these cases are important to talk about. And on Tuesday, the UN gender-based violence campaign starts until the 10th of December. And these are exactly the things that I will be talking about as well. Cases like what you just mentioned. So the men get threatened by, if you don't give me this amount of money, then I take you to court for rape. You know, these people need to sit behind bars. So our government, the laws has to change. And the minute we speak against these laws and these perpetrators, like a woman like that, who does stuff like that, she should have jail time. People who do things like that, where they go and say, if you don't give me an amount of money, I'm going to go to the police and say that you raped me. These people need to do jail time. And the more we speak about it, the more our government will be pressurized to also change their laws. I went out with my entire global community to talk about that. And somebody said earlier on, they said, but this is bad for South Africa. This is not bad for South Africa. I lived my entire life as a child, as an adult in South Africa. I'm out of the country for a very long time. This is an urgency to my people. So if anybody say this is going to affect our country, no, hell no, it's not going to affect our country. You know what? It is not just a problem in South Africa. It is a problem around the globe. And this issue has become a global issue and nobody's talking about it. And thank God that the South Africans have gone out on Friday and stood up against this gender-based violence, because it is affecting our people. And our statistics in Europe has also gone up. I spoke to a Dutch community today, and they were sharing with me about how the statistics has gone up. I can say to you, the statistic has gone up globally with gender-based violence. And it's by time that we have to stand up and make our voice be louder. So anybody who says this is going to affect the South African economy, it's not going to affect the economy. It's not playing the dirty laundry. I'm talking as a South African outside the country, and I say I don't like going back home. You know why? Because of safety. Because of these kind of things, I don't even like going back home anymore. Because of that. So if anybody, yeah,
sorry to interject.
sorry, yeah.
You've mentioned something about women should be sentenced in terms of this thing of false accusation. So my question is, we could see that there is a high rate of GBV, and in terms of the percentage, yes, let's say 80%, yes, it does happen that women get raped, you know, but 20%, it's false accusation. So how can the court of law prove that the woman is lying? Because in terms of the rape, remember, for instance, if you now go to the police and say, I raped you, and now that circulates on social media, and you arrest you're saying false accusation against me, do you know that women are going to stand up for you? They are not going to stand up for me because they don't know the full context of the story. So how is the court of law going to prove that?
Sometimes even the accusations do more worse, not even be proven guilty,
So
but
the
the
problem is,
accusation
how
can
is the
ruin your
court of law
career.
going to prove that?
The accusations can ruin your career.
Yes. And imagine you're working, you have everything, but you're behind bars because of false accusation. How is the court of law going to prove that what you're saying, your side of story, the side of story that you're saying is actually true? Because remember, there's a high rate of GBV. Once Tukuzilo says Indile raped me, they're going to believe Tukuzile regardless of what happened. And once the court says no, you're out on bail, they're going to say the justice system is false. You bribed. So how are you going to prove that? How is the court of law going to prove that?
The reason why I think women, the movement of believe all women has been pushed so much is because that women have been ignored for the longest of times. They have been neglected, ignored, and invalidated. When they have real cases where they've been raped, and the police officers will be like, maybe you've enjoyed it, go away, things like that. They've been neglected for a long time. So there's flaws to that, I agree, where women falsely accuse men. I agree. You sleep with a woman, and the woman wakes up in the middle of the night, says, give me 5K, or I'll say you raped me. Those cases do exist, but the prosecution of women, especially during that time where they have been raped, I think should be toned down, because you don't know the emotional effects they are going through.
Yes, I understand. But how does the magistrate prove that actually what you're saying is true? Your side of story is true. How does
They
it
should
come
stick to the
about?
code. Stick to the code. Innocent till proven guilty.
No, yes, you are innocent until proven guilty. But according to the outside world, according to the women outside who are busy protesting, whereas you're in court, are saying you're a perpetrator, and a harsh sentence must be given against you to prove to the world that this is wrong. How do you convince the magistrate?
I
that
get
you
you.
did not do it?
I get you. I'm just talking about from the way they do things back here, yeah. They do it a little bit different. They would have they do it in such a good way where they send people, like, without you even noticing. There will be people in the community that like comes in, and they get to know that woman or that man. It's like you won't even notice that these people are working with the government. Yeah. So these people would like be around that community or people, and then they will look at the situation from the outside. And only through that, in many cases, this is how they do things back here in Europe, that they would find out like what is the real story, not 100%, but they would have some kind of context to what has happened. Because I agree with you, yeah. How can the court find out that this is really the truth? And because you need some proof, but they would use people that's like in that community who would be around. They do it in such a good way that that they will find out if this person is really telling the truth. They use it in a lot of family cases, yeah, on children's cases, family cases, where they actually catch these people because they involve these people like as neighbors and this and that and without you realizing it, these people are actually working with the government. And then that person get caught, and this is how they do they do these things, But it's sad. It's sad to hear that the men
should have
are being.
surveillance systems in their house.
Yeah, they don't even use surveillance systems like that. But this is so sad that the men has to pay for many of these cases because, and this is why I say I'm a great believer and a supporter for men in cases like this, because some women they do go out and use this kind of thing to get what they want if they don't get what they want from the men. Yeah, say, okay, you give me money. If you don't give me money, I will take you to court, or I will make a case against you at the police station. And these kind of women, they need they need to be charged as well. They need to be charged because there is just no way you can ruin a man's life by saying, okay, I'm gonna press a charge against you for raping me. Yeah, I do get that because there's enough of those women around too. But the system has to change. People don't like it when I talk about this. People hate me for that, but I don't care. I will always speak against this because I have listened to too many conversations where women go out and do this against the men. Yes, of course, there are real cases where the men really do that, but there are also cases, like you say, that the women do this and for money or for their own yeah, whatever you may call it. So I'm 100% behind this GBV campaign because my entire people is back home, my family is back home, everybody's back home. So it's a sad case, but if we stay silent, if we keep quiet about it, it's going to continue to happen. And please, please, I beg each and every South African not to be silent about this, because the laws has to change. That's just the fact.
Yeah, Tando, you wanted to say something, Tato.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, you said how would a judicial system like prove, like a magistrate, how would she prove that this accusation is false, or if what actually happened? I think
Yes.
during like cases like this, of course they're going to have an investigation. It's very important to see like the scene of the crime, see certain things, and like gather evidence to see. So of course if there's no cameras and no like hard evidence, we can't we can't make a decisive conclusion. But we can also check probable causes, like is there like any damage on the person who's claiming that they got violently assaulted or anything. Is the let's say the place where they conducted this, if it was at her house, is there any signs of forced entry, any signs of struggle, any signs of damage, or like we can't deduce it 100% like this did happen, but we can check probable causes through an investigation, and of course forensics.
So what it may happen if the lady says, no, I was intoxicated and then this man took advantage of me. How are you going to prove that without forensic evidence or stuff,
No, we
or
can
any
take like
struggle?
a
Because look,
breathalyzer.
there's no struggle there because the lady is intoxicated. There's no form of how the lady may fight and you may overpower her. How are you going to go around that?
I'm saying you can take a breathalyzer to see how much alcohol is like in her system, determine how much would have been there at that time. Take the breathalyzer also on the person being accused. Do they also have alcohol in their system, and how much would they had at that time? Like we can use. I also think like the way we manage our police system is it's very unstable. So we don't have a like I can say take a breathalyzer, but these guys they most likely won't think to do that, or they don't have the equipment to just casually be doing that. So I actually want a reform of the police. What is it? Our police and justice system. I think we should hire more policemen, have more harsher like uh standards for hiring them. Also, I think we should also enforce a body cam system so we can also review how they've been behaving on while they're working. So I also think like stuff like making like GBV, a national crisis, will also highlight the flaws in the judicial and justice system. But on your topic of determining, yeah, you can just with it, if you can funnel money into the police system and decrease the corruption, we'll have better equipment to determine stuff like how much alcohol was in the person's body at the time and what type of state they would be in, and we'll also be able to determine like maybe the semen, how long has it been in the person's body at that, and how long like would like yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yes, but you may say that in terms of testing everything or everything. Remember, the test has already been conducted, and it proves that yes, you did indeed have intercourse with her, and it proves that yes, he was intoxicated. Yes, even though you may say you forced her, or maybe when you waked up, you were surprised to see yourself undressed and everything, and then you raped her. You see, well, there's no much evidence on that because there's no violence, because remember, there are always two sides to the story, and remember your reputation as well is on the line. And the moment that woman goes on a public platform and says, no, Tato did this and did this and did this to me, I was intoxicated and stuff. People like Umlazi, people like Shares, people like Mr. Ancient here are going to post it, and it's going to be a national crisis. And once there is a strike against you in court, people don't want to hear your side of story. They just want a harsh sentence to be given to a perpetrator. So how are you going, you yourself, let's just say you're in this situation, how are you going to prove yourself to the magistrate that you did not do this? And remember, they already have proof. Where now, what's your proof based on that?
Oh, personally, if I was in that situation, I don't know the context, but I'd assume would have like flirty text messages or call logs.
Let's say you met on a club. Let's say you met at a club. There's no text message. You met on a club and then you just went straight to your place. You just met on a club.
Let's say this. I want to ask a question on the scenario. You said the breathalyzer or the whatever test they took proved that she had alcohol in the system during that time and she was drunk.
Yes, she also agrees that yes, I was intoxicated. When I went to Tamba's place, yes, I was dressed. I just found out in the morning when I woke up, I was not undressed. I was undressed. I found that no certain stuff have been happening, and you have seen a seaman next to me, you see, and you go and report the case. How are you going to prove that?
Then I'm guilty. If that's the case, that means
that's what I'm saying, Ori.
I would be guilty.
Things like this happen because men do not have evidence to prove that this thing happened. Remember, you met on a club, and you could argue and say, no, it was late. You said you'll take her home, and then you only woke up at your place, you see. And look at your reputation by that time on a public platform outside and inside the outside world. People are already chanting with your picture there, saying this rapist.
But the scenario you're describing, I would be a criminal because you're saying I took advantage of a drunk lady. She is not in a position to consent if she's intoxicated.
She's saying you took advantage because she was intoxicated.
Yes, if she was intoxicated and I wasn't, then I did take advantage of her because she can't consent while being intoxicated.
Yes, that I know, I agree.
But this whole law of the whole intoxication thing, I'm not for it because at the end of the day, first of all, unless if it's proven that when you drank, maybe you drank without your consent or whatever. Because honestly speaking, you are not, you know, alcohol doesn't treat you well. You don't know how to, maybe you are a person who's a lightweight, and still you're gonna put yourself in a situation whereby you are drinking with somebody in a confined space, and you're gonna be just the two of you. So I feel like that now becomes a problem of managing your liquor more than a consent issue.
Yeah, I agree to a certain extent. Yes. That's why we have like laws against like drinking and driving and all sorts of things. You're not supposed to be using alcohol like willy-nilly. But at the same time, if somebody is fully intoxicated, they're not in a position to be consenting or like saying anything. So it doesn't, so even though they irresponsibly were drinking, doesn't mean now you have a right to like touch them or grape them or do anything to their body.
It's quite unfortunate that intoxication is used as a form of defense. My brother Mr. Good had laid out several scenarios, but one of the things that he was based on, which got Tato into being defensive, was using intoxication. Me, I will give you an example. Grape laws are very diverse. They are diverse to an extent to there is marital grape, like your lawfully wedded wife can report you for grape. She doesn't need to be intoxicated or anything. She can simply go to the police station and tell the police officers that this man had graped me and he is my husband and I did not want to have intercourse with him, and that is illegal. Now, take that situation. These are both sober people. For the prosecutor to use to confirm if she was raped, what they need to use is the clinical examination, which will prove that there was penetration. That means that as a man, you already have one streak against you. And number two, what they will go for is to check if the penetration was a forceful one. And if you so happen to be a rough rider, that means you already have two strikes against you. As for defense, the only defense that exists in terms of rape cases is if maybe you people had a conversation, or she had sent you a conversation via any recorded phone that can be sought by court order, or she called you, could be sought. But if it was something that was, say you are having an argument with your wife and you want to divorce, and you know what, she's fed up with you, and then after making up, she decided to go and take you to police to despite you. You understand? And let's just leave marriage. Even when you are dating, there is also this law that says, I don't know if it applies in South Africa, that say you were already kissing and you were trying to penetrate a lady, and during that moment or after one penetration she decides that no, I no longer want to continue doing this, regardless of whether you are inside or not, you have to stop and go out. If you continue, it is constituted as rape. And such kind of things, you have no defense for yourself, because these are the things which are happening in the comfort of your home. You have no defense. I've heard Sisi saying the police will go and investigate. Some people are tight-lipped. I'm one of the tight-lipped people. Me, I keep secret. I will never speak them with anyone. You understand? So there are such type, and obviously these ladies, they will know that there are people who, they will not tell anyone. They will just keep that. That means it's quite unfortunate that in today's society, where men suffer forced rape cases, unless there were no penetration at all, 70% of them end up in prison. Unless years later the lady grows unconscious and then she says, I'm sorry, he didn't do so. So, this issue is also similar to where a woman was raped, like maybe years ago, and then she wants to bring up the case. The evidence is that it's almost impossible to bring it up. So men are cooked honestly in these issues. So when it comes to engaging into smacks, hey, my niggas, my gents, make sure that you are engaging with somebody who there was agreement, whether it be charges or not. Know that there is a proper agreement. Don't find yourself being sought out to pop out 10,000, and if you don't have 10,000, I'm calling the police. You
So
understand?
let's say this lady wanted to trap you, ne? And then yes, there is consent between both of you. Yes, you do have intercourse. Then after that, let's say your wife, ne? And then there is a slight disagreement, and then your wife says okay, and then you goes to the police station and opens a case. What are you going to say? Because let's say, for instance, yes, you shared a rough ride and stuff, and they could say that yes, you indeed did this. How are you going to protect yourself from this?
Unfortunately, my brother, I will tell you there is none. There's no evidence that you can prove to disapprove that. You are cooked. Just that.
Yes,
You are cooked.
yes, that's what I was saying, trying to stipulate to Tato that how are you going to prove yourself to the magistrate,
Not
to the court,
necessarily.
that
Not necessarily. Shed light into that, Mr. Tato. How do you prove that?
Yes, I would love to shed light.
Okay, shed
how
a
do
light.
you prove yourself? Because they have all the evidence against you.
The evidence that they have is that it proved that there was penetration and there was some kind of rough play. They can't, I don't know which court system would just deduce based on this evidence that there was a GBV or grape case. They'll have to also take the testimonies of both parties. And according to your story and her story, they would both match the evidence, meaning you both will be equally right. So there will be no definitive or even probable causes to say that you did the crime. If you're saying, if your story matches up that there was penetration and it might have been rough but it was consensual, then how would the evidence deduce that it was GBV or any grape? Like, I don't think the court or the magistrate would just deem you as guilty.
Let me
just put you. Let just enlighten you on something.
You guys are making like this is like a common thing. I do agree that there are false grape cases and people do get wrongfully incarcerated, but these are not like the way you're making it seem like this can just happen to anybody. This is a minority among even the minority. It's a very small percentage of cases. Most people do not get accused of this. Even a lot of people don't get accused of this.
I don't think you get what we are trying to say. You understand? What we are trying to say is, if you happen to be one of the unlucky ones accused, it's quite unfortunate that you will end up in prison. Well, you should read law of evidence. It's quite an enlightening law to read. It's very nice, at least according to me. You should read it. When a case is set against you, my brother, you mentioned one of the good things. It's your witness against my witness, right? But you forgot that this lady has one streak against you, and that streak is penetration. That is medical examination that stand against you. What you have is testimony to say it was penetration, and the lady says it was not penetration. It was not agreed penetration, and she has a medical record to prove that you had penetrated. You have no medical record. You have what we call in court of law is your word versus my word. What we now are going to look at it is evidence, and she has evidence, and you don't have evidence. It's simple. You are cooked. It's that simple. We are not saying this thing is a common occurrence. We are saying if it so happens to anyone, 90% of the chances imprisonment. That's what we are saying. Unless there is some lie thing to be introduced. If a man is accused of false rape, 90% imprisonment, especially where there was an act of intimacy between those two.
And if you could look at
I disagree.
80% of those cases, like according, like now we're approaching December, ne? You just have to look at those cases, the cases of rape that are going to come about. You should just look at them. Just one day, just go to court, just attend one of those cases. You will see where what's happening there. It's not nice there. When people are getting cross-questioned, you could see yeah, it's hectic. Men cry. Men cry. You find that no. And the moment you cry is the moment they use that against you. You know, the moment you react is the moment they use that against you. You know, they use those, you find that you're having Abukwan as your lawyer, and then Abukwan says, no, your worship, you could see that this one is against Medefede. You could see that, then you are surprised. You don't know what Medefede means. You know, then now you are being cooked. You're just cooked, you know. And remember, once a lady does that, you find that maybe he knows a tactic or two. What's the procedure to be followed? You see? So in terms of those rape cases, that's why I was asking a question. How do you come about to prove yourself? Not just only me, but us. That no, me and Ulwazi had a consensual intercourse. But in terms of disagreement, Nolwazi wants 10K. It's that time of December. Nolwazi wants 10K. He wants to pay his children's labor annual. And you're the only key solution to that. You know.
As I said, they would have forensic evidence to show if there's force or not. If it was consensual, even if it's rough, I don't know how rough you're doing it, like to the point where she has to have bruises. But if there's no bruises and there would be no evidence to prove that it was unconsensual. Penetration, you guys are having this false equivalency that if there's penetration, you're automatically guilty. And that's not how a court system works.
Don't you have Google? Don't you have Google, brother? Check on Google. Stop disgracing yourself like that.
I'm checking on Google. It's not saying what you say.
Check law of evidence. Stop saying these things. Penetration. If what they check, don't mention bruises, because the force they check, it's in the woman's private part if it was forcefully penetrated, and that can happen through rough sex. You understand? What they look for is, and number one, let me enlighten you that a woman can orgasm even when she is forcefully penetrated, because it is the woman's private body part to protect herself. And if you meet a woman who is sensitive and she orgasms, that means there will have been no signs of forceful entry, but the signs of entry is there, and that sign is evidence. You don't have evidence for yourself. That's what we are saying.
The reason I disagree heavily, if you check the stats, out of all the rape, GBV, all of these accusations, whether true or false, there's a very small minority of convictions. Most people don't get the justice they deserve. It's a very small minority. To say that you're just going to get convicted just because of something like that is not realistic. It's not realistic, especially when the police doesn't even take those kind of situations seriously. So now we have to like up. So we'll continue after the like score has been met.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Agent. Now that even after likes up, I can hit it on it. I'm done here. Mzali. Hello.
Hello, Albako.
Nolil.
Yes, what up? What's up? What's up?
Hi, Ragobole. I wanted to ask you one word. Forgot it, but I will remember it.
Always, can I ask you something? What will happen if you're in a position where, let's say, you had consented into having intercourse with someone you
Let's
just
say
met
you
in
are
a club, and
whispering.
then, am I audible now?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you've met a gentleman, you've met Avukwan at the club there. He's shown you some cash. You went to his place. Then all of a sudden, Abukwan goes to court and reports a case of rape that you have raped her. What are you going to say? How are you going to prove your say in the court of law?
Please repeat that question. Sorry, I was a bit. My attention shifted there for a moment. Please repeat the question.
Oh, I was saying you went to a club. Then while you're at the club, then you meet Abukwane. Then when you meet Abukwane at the club there, you go to his place or he goes to your place. Then all of a sudden Abukwane goes and reports a case of rape against you. How are you going to prove to the court of law that there's this indeed false accusation against you?
There's very little that you can use to prove that it's a false accusation, if we're being honest.
That no, we did, me and Abukwan did consent, and now what Abukwan is saying is actual false accusation. How are you going to prove that?
That's why I'm saying there is no way of doing so in some cases. Because this is two people that left together and you don't know what the conversation was the moment they reached their house. The best you can do is catch somebody in a lie during the cross examinations.
Amzal, let me show you a story of what I once encountered. I was once in a case of false. What's the word? I forgot. Defilement case. Yes, I was once in a defilement case, and defilement case in Botswana is very strict. Like if you kill somebody here and you defile a person, they will take you to one for defilement. In Botswana, you are really acquitted. Like they acquit you. Botswana, when it comes to, I don't know about rape cases, but defilement cases in Botswana are taken very seriously. Just this last week,
Please clarify on what a defilement case is.
The defilement, sleeping with children under the age of 18. Right now it's 18.
Okay, continue.
Yes. Just this last week, Botswana has sentenced 3 people to, is it 30 years and 30 years, 25 years imprisonment for defilement. In my case, I had just finished my Form 5, which is matric in South Africa, and I was 19 at that time. So, when you finish, you wait for the next year for your results to be released. I was staying in a urban enclosed area, and I was lucky enough that when I finished school, I found work. So it happens that there's this lady who is neighboring the place I was staying at, and every time I see her, because I was body, and that means every time I see her, that means my school have closed, right? Every time we see each other is when the school have closed, and every time I see her, she's watering the backyard area So in my assumption, this either a maid or a grown up lady. Or unfortunately at that time she was doing Form 4, and I didn't know. I've never at one point seen her in a school uniform, and she had said that she was 18. And at that time, defilement age was 16. It was way back. It was 16, and I mean 18 and 19. That was a 1 year gap. And you know, when you are young, you didn't think about a lot of these things. By the way, we didn't have any intercourse between me and this lady. So we started dating, and every time, I'm telling you, I never at one point saw this lady with school uniform, so I never knew she was doing school. So it so happens that one time she calls me and tells me that I've called you with my mom's phone, so don't call back. And then she drops, and immediately I call back, and her mom answers the phone and tells me that you are the one who has been disturbing my child. I will find you. I took it as a joke because this is a grown-up young lady. Okay, no chill. 3 months later, police arrive at my workplace. You know, I was working as a petrol attendant. They came like dramatic, like movie style, as if they are going to arrest some gangster criminal, and they happened to approach me, and I happened to be the supervisor at that time. So they called me, "Where is your manager?" I'm told them there is no manager at this time, so I'm the supervisor. The moment they saw my name tag, they say, "You are the one we are looking for." Fast, I got into the police car. Imagine in front of your workmates, and I'm yet clueless at that time. I don't know what I've done. I'm taken to the police station, where I find out that my guardians have been caught.
It's either bro didn't ask enough questions or bro didn't care enough.
Yeah.
It's
Mona,
either bro didn't ask enough questions or bro didn't
Bro,
care enough.
why are you clearly in this scenario? You're guilty. Why are you making like it was a false accusation? Because you're saying she was a minor and you engaged in.
Bro is confessing to a crime.
That's what I'm confused about. You can't say it's a false accusation when you did the crime.
But we didn't hear how
You did
this
it, but you
story
didn't know you were
goes.
doing it. The crime still stands.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Also, we reached the
I'm
10,000
saying-
like goal.
I'm saying it's a false accusation because at that time, me and this lady had never slept together, and for defilement at that time,
You were still
was
involved with
free.
each other, though.
My brother, can you listen to the story? Me and this girl have literally dated for a week. I have not yet kissed her. We just dated. You understand? After the lady called us, and after that 3 months, I didn't see her, and she was
Basically
18.
talking stage.
Yes, basically talking stage. And she told me that she was 18 and I was 19, and I was at that age where I didn't think so much about defilement and stuff because I was not so much into sex. You know, I was into face-to-face dating. So I'm saying defilement because I'm saying defamation because it happened when we got at the police station. When we got at the police station, the police told us that you are being charged with sleeping with a minor. And I'm saying I've never slept with this lady. And we are newly dated. I had all the proof, messages and WhatsApp and all our meetings. Told them there's absolutely no how me and this lady could have met privately and had intercourse. And what you mean with a minor? Even if I have slept with her, she had passed the 16 requirement for defilement at that time. No, only for the police to tell me that the parents of that baby are saying you have been sleeping with this young girl when she was 14 years. I have been sleeping with this girl. Now that makes it criminal. That makes it a crime. And to make it matter worse, they had witnesses. Like they had 3 witnesses. One was a security guard, Other people where I stay, they say they have seen me with this young lady for a long time back, and we had dated. Only for the lady's parents to approach us later, demanding 30,000 pay, or I marry their child, for them to drop the case. And I've heard from my colleagues that it was not the first time that this lady has done so with her child. She had once used her child for a taxi man, and that taxi man, unfortunately, he has paid. He had to pay. It's not unfortunate because he was on, and he had slept with that young girl. You understand? They were caught by the mother and they were threatened. So when they started threatening us, it was then now that a light clicked. And lucky enough for me at that time, the years they stated, I was not in that location. Like, I was new into that location. I was studying in another city, and me and my parents had never relocated. So their witness didn't stand. And the security man said I was working where I was working for over 4 years, and I was newly working there. So their testimony didn't stand. And the lawyers had suggested that we raise a defamation case against them. And unfortunately, my parents were good people, and they said we should drop the case. And also, what was the major contributor was, during between all the scuffles, the young lady confessed that no, her mother had forced her to do so, and her mother had connections. Like, the chief in that area was her brother, and the head of the police department in that area was her son. So it was easy for her to pull out strings. And if we had no lawyers, and if my parents had succumbed to that, we could have paid that 30,000 when I had never done anything with that young girl. You understand? And at that time, legally we had passed the age. Hey, like, you don't understand. Imagine you have been charged with defilement when you have not even kissed somebody. So in my case, had I had grown in that area, had I had been working in that area, I would have been cooked, finish and clear.
Okay.
You understand?
So I have two things I want to highlight about the story. One, the
Yes.
story happens outside of South Africa. You said Botswana. So I don't know what this has to do with, because I'm talking in a South African context. I can't talk about the grape cases in every single country that's not South Africa. I only know about my own country. So I can't talk about like the laws and things of Botswana. I don't live there. I don't know the social norms and all that. Two, if it was in South Africa and you got accused of that and you went to jail, I think that would be valid, because I'm pretty sure our age of consent here is 18, and if you're 19 with a 16-year-old, it's just how it is. It's not okay. That should be happening. But Botswana's
My
law
brother,
says
she was
16.
18. She was 18.
You said
Huh?
she said she was 18, but she wasn't 18. Or
No,
it
she
was
was
she
17. She was 17. You understand? She was 17, and I think she was left with 3 months before she turned 18. She was doing Form 4 students in Botswana back in the time. Right now, young students go to high school at a young age. The usual age is 17 and 18. So continue your network. And just for your own information, the evidence law of South Africa and Botswana are similar.
I don't think our age of consent is 16. Either way, you were not convicted. So where does this the fact that you proved that you didn't go to jail shows that the thing we're saying about that you can fight these accusations and not go to jail. You said there's a 90% or 99% chance, but then you are a living fact that you can fight these allegations.
We have selective hearing. I said, where there is penetration, 90% conviction. Me and that young lady, there was no penetration. That is why I had smoothly evaded the case. Had there been penetration, had there been witnesses dating enough, I would have been cooked. You understand? I'm talking about the penetration issue, and it's not specific to. Let's just stick to the South African cases, like we have been saying. If it's a case of penetration and it's raised against you, you have no forms of defense. I don't know what's difficult or what I'm not understanding or what you are not understanding.
The thing is, your story was supposed to be a highlighting of something, but it didn't highlight anything besides that you might have a criminal record.
Who said I have a criminal record? I don't have a
Yeah.
criminal record. Huh? I don't have a criminal record, my brother. I don't. My story is highlighting that there exist cases where people are genuinely being falsely accused. You understand? And there is unfortunately no measures enough in place to defend men when they are falsely accused. There is no measures in place. And unfortunately, there will be no measures in the next 20 years unless we now invent a truth serum or something that which can be used for people to test if they are lying or not. But unfortunately, it's not happening anytime soon. It's a loophole that exists.
How old are you, bro?
I'm 28.
Yeah. So this was a long time ago, 9 years ago.
Is it 9 years? Yeah, 9 years ago.
You said you were 19.
Yeah.
Yo, this was like 2016
Yes,
in
2016.
Botswana.
Yeah, I remember the case, my brother. 2016. That was. You don't
Did you
know
see the girl after the accusations?
Huh?
Did you see the girl after the accusations were
No.
made?
No.
Did you talk to the mother?
Talk about what?
Did you
I
talk
didn't
to
talk-
the mother who accused you?
No. Talk to her about what? I don't want to. Everything was handled by lawyers. We never had any other correspondence between us.
Okay.
Well, I see no reason to talk with a crook like that. So it's
Okay.
danger to society.
My chat.
So if the police didn't arrive, you were gonna chow the child.
No, at that time I was practicing self-abstinence. Me, I lost my virginity at 21, so it would have not had happened.
So you're
Okay.
gonna wait until she reaches the correct age.
No, it's not an issue of I was gonna wait. I was a firm believer in sex after marriage. It's just that when I went to tertiary, I derailed from that.
Remind me
Like-
again, she was what
Yes.
age and claimed to be what age?
She was 17 and she claimed she was 18.
And you are 19.
Oh, me, I thought I heard
Yeah,
16,
I
Yes.
wanted
but
to
okay.
take your side, but I heard you mention 16 at some
No,
point.
I
I
also
heard
heard
16
16
as
as well.
well.
I'm not gonna lie, I also
I
heard 16. I don't know if he's
I
increasing the
said,
age.
I said at that time the age of consent for Botswana was 16. At that time,
I
the
think,
age
bro,
of,
you said she was 16.
no, I said hey, do you know the law of defilement in Botswana? The law of defilement in Botswana says even just dating, you are guilty. So if she was 16, irregardless of there was penetration or what, I will be in jail. You understand? I will just be about to be released. At that time, the minimum charge was 10 years. Right now, the minimum charge is 15 years and up to life imprisonment. You understand? So I said at that time, the law was reversed and the age of consent was increased to 18. I said at that time, the age of consent was 16. That means even if there had been penetration, the case would not have stood against them. That's why they used a case of saying I had defiled this kid when she was 14, 15. That was what her mom said. And at that time, I was schooling in like 500 kilometers away from that place in Gaborone when they were staying in Palape, if you know the Botswana cities.
No, I don't know anything about Botswana. But I want to also say one thing. I don't know about Botswana laws, but I know in South Africa, rape allegations are not taken seriously. So to say that now the police, they don't take actual rape allegations seriously, but they take false ones seriously, it's just false. It's false. I'm not saying there aren't people who get falsely accused and falsely convicted, but to say that now when a woman just comes and presents this case to the police, that the police are going to be taking it seriously, taking you to court, and then convicting you 90% of the time, even with evidence, is false. Because nobody, in this country, South Africa, does not take these allegations seriously. The police are most likely to laugh in your face or write a report and do nothing with the case.
What I'm saying is, I agree with you. I've had that case so many times, and
I think you left bro speechless.
no, when we talk about the case of conviction, it's based on evidence, right? One of the reasons I've said many ladies, unfortunately, who were raped are not convicted. One of the things the courts for ruling is lack of evidence. We are not looking at whether or not the police will take the case scenario. We are looking at the evidence if the case can be taken, because for a case to be taken seriously, it needs you to put pressure and it will come before the court. And if it's before the court, we are looking at evidence. The question is evidence at that time. We are not saying the police will take the case seriously. But if it so happens that you are, say, a famous person like Casper Nyovest, for example, if a rumor were to come up for Casper Nyovest for raping, there will be a lot of pressure on to that case. And such high cases, the police will put more effort, unlike a regular case. And if it so happens, it means that as a man, you have no chance to defend yourself in case of evidence. That's what I'm saying. Evidence based. I'm not basing it on the corruption of the police officers or anything like that.
In a case of a celebrity, sure there'll be pressure and sure there'll be a scandal. But my understanding is celebrities are supposed to equip themselves for these type of scandals. That's why they have stuff like NDAs, written agreements, consent forms. If you're a celebrity, this type of thing you have to prepare for. It's just what comes with the territory. You can't be a celebrity and think you're going to act the same way as a normal person.
Yeah.
So as a celebrity, you need to conduct yourself differently. You have an image to protect.
It's a case of you see, one thing about law is there are always loopholes to law. It's just the matters who your lawyer is. Like, there is nothing straight in law.
Can I add something?
Yes.
When you have enough resources and money, the law basically it's very corrupt. When, let's say, Casper Nyovest send one of his goons to beat up someone, they can easily be released quickly from jail because they have the resources. Because once you have money and you have good lawyers, the law is like a playground at that point.
Okay, no, being released from jail, Anyway, let's just leave this case alone. Let's talk about what do you think of the capital punishment in South Africa? Why don't you guys strike for there to be introduction of the capital punishment?
Do you mean death sentence?
Yes.
Death sentence.
I think that's
Oh,
flawed because what if someone is falsely accused and convicted?
yeah, that's what I was
Do you
gonna
think they
say.
should die then?
Because there are
No.
many in history, we've seen many people who have been falsely sentenced to death.
Accused and
At least
executed.
a false what is it called? A false incarceration. The state can compensate you with money, even though I still think that's unfair. But if it gets proven later on that the case is like you're falsely convicted, we can take you out of jail and compensate you. But if
And
you're
you can't
dead,
be
you can't
exonerated if you're dead.
undead somebody.
Capital punishment has very strict requirements to it, especially when it comes to law of evidence. It's very strict, and even after you are convicted, you enter into death row. Yes, you enter into death row, where you wait for around 10 years, and in that 10 years, you can use that 10 years to appeal a case.
But there are
And the
people who
cases-
get exonerated after 20 years, bro. After
Yeah.
20 years,
Death-
people get exonerated.
So either way, it doesn't
in
matter
death row.
because
In death row. I'm saying death row, bruh. Do you
I
understand?
hear you, but what if the person at year 10 dies, but the evidence comes out after 20 years that the bro was innocent?
yeah.
What
No.
about that then?
But let's look at the majority of Ghana. We are looking at right now in South Africa about the 5,000 cases of female who were unalived by their partners. Are you telling me that out of those 5,000, how many of them are
Okay, look,
falsely
bro,
accused?
For example, do you know how the rape kit was introduced? There are
The
bare
rape-
people who got released from prison after the rape kit was introduced because they needed the new technology to exonerate the people who were in prison for false accusations. People who've been in prison for 13, 15, 20, even 30 years in prison because they were falsely accused with word of mouth. New technology came and exonerated those people, like rape kits and DNA results. What about the technological advancements that can exonerate
But-
people? Maybe there's
but this-
technologies that might come after 50 years and the brew at year 10 might be dead. So we can't even the brew don't even have a second chance of life because he's dead now. Think about those
Do you-
situations, bro.
Well, what we should do is sometimes we should look at what is happening and if it is beneficial for the common people. I will just mention two issues which I think so sometimes your perception of reality is limited by what you see and what you know. Let me tell you about the gun laws in Botswana. In Botswana, we have one of the strictest gun control laws in the entire world. Number one, regular police officers do not have access to firearms. We have special police officers for that, and they are called special unit something. I forget. SSG, Special Support Group. Yes, they are called special support groups. In Botswana, when it comes to gun control, it's so strict that as at the age of 28, I don't know a single individual, nor have I seen a single individual who owns guns. And this now direct translate to crimes. In my entire 28 years of living in Botswana, I'm saying to what I know, or right now the capital city of Botswana, Gaborone, there have been less than 10 heists, like cash and carry robbery. There have been less than 10 of those, and 4 of those were caught and shot, died on spot. And due to this strict management, we have one of the lowest gun related crimes. You understand? Because like the security, no security officer in Botswana uses guns. Like all security officers, you don't even have the VIP protection. You only the protection that is there is for the police. You don't have VIP.
That good though. Is that
It's
good? For
good.
example, in England, the gun laws are very strict. What do the people in the streets do? They substituted the guns with knives. There's high knives crime. Just because you remove the guns, don't think people are gonna substitute the guns with something else. Maybe they
No,
substitute them with knives. There's even machetes in England. People are out there with
I
machetes.
I agree with you, but we have to look at the criminal statistics. England, unfortunately, it's a it's a big hub of the world, and even South Africa currently.
England is pretty small. You'd be surprised.
Huh?
England is very small.
No. I say big hub of the world. I didn't say it's small. I say big hub of the world. Hub, like it's a connection for a lot of.
What does crime have to do with that?
Crime. Let's look at South Africa. You are complaining about crime being brought about by major foreigners because you are a hub for perhaps say Southern Africa and most other African countries. That means you have a lot of immigrants, foreign nationals coming to your country, and that direct translates to you are going to have a lot of criminals because you're going to have people entering without permits, and you're going to have people smuggling guns into your territory. Botswana is not a
Mr.
major.
Shai.
Pardon?
Good day, everyone.
Oh, why check? So I think South Africa is a point where they cannot now restart strict gun laws because
The thing with like immigrants and stuff, I feel for some of them because they come in the country, escaping their country, which have like fallen economies like Zimbabwe, and they come here and they get exploited with minimum labor. Some of them get even SA'd by the people who employ them because they know that they came in the country illegally. They won't go to the police. The people who take advantage of immigrants. Even though I don't condone any immigrants coming here illegally, but there's some who run away from harsh positions in their backgrounds, in their lives, where they have to leave places. For example, I don't know the situation with Zambia, but for example, they leave Zambia, they leave Zimbabwe, they leave like the neighboring countries to come here because they look okay. South Africa, like our immigrants like Zimbabweans are pushing here. They own spaza shops. They dominate in construction. They try to find life, but of course, there'll be some who would think, okay, let me bring drugs. Of course, there'll be some, but there's people who genuinely try to make a living. But and also now the embassies, like South African embassies, are one of the worst embassies ever. Like it's hard to be a South African citizen as a foreigner, especially from poverty rated countries like Zimbabwe. It's hard. Some of them come here illegally because they have no choice.
let me ask you in that illegal aspect, is it like South Africans and Zimbabweans entering into Botswana, into South Africa, don't they require just a passport?
I don't
Like
get your
what are the
question.
requirements? What are the requirements for me as a Botswana to enter into South Africa? I can just wake up and go to the border and present my passport into South Africa and
Is
come
Botswana
out.
landlocked? Isn't Botswana landlocked?
It's landlocked.
Yeah, it's easier. It's easier as we have leniency for Botswana, but the countries that are very impoverished, we have no leniency to us. You don't just go to as a person from Zimbabwe. You don't just go to an airport with your passport and you come here and you live here. There's how
So
you
there's
go
a
through steps by step. I don't know about Zambia or I mean Botswana. I don't know.
No, Botswana, we don't have that with South Africa. And just recently, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, they have signed an agreement where we can enter into this. Each of these three countries can enter into each other without the requirements of the passport, only needing for the national ID. Yeah, all I need is have the national ID, and I can waltz in Zimbabwe, or is it Tanzania? Yeah, is it Tanzania or Zambia?
I don't know about that law. I
Yeah,
have
like that.
as one of my visions growing up, I thought I thought that Africa should be like one country, and the countries in Africa should be independent states. That's what I thought that it should be like. But we know that is now the countries, like for example, I'm not trying to discriminate or put stereotypes on certain people, but majority of the drugs from South Africa are imported by Nigerians. In Africa, of course, there's Brazilians like Brazil, Colombia who import drugs, but in Africa, the majority of drugs that are imported here, cocaine, is the is the Nigerians. But there's flaws in having loose borders, saying that any person from Zambia or Botswana can just come here with the passport, because a passport is like having an ID. If you don't have any crimes, it's like having an ID. But going to any country with an ID will have flaws. I think you should go to strict like border an embassy like processes in order to be a citizen of a country. But for countries like Zimbabwe and impoverished countries, it's hard for them. It's hard, and they are struggling on the other side. They want to make a living, but they are struggling.
Good day, guys. Sorry to interject on the conversation. You see it's flowing. What is the basis of this discussion, Ish? I need to be caught up, guys. I just joined.
I was just touching on the part that of illegal immigrants when they come to for example to South Africa, the treatment they receive, like how hard for them to become citizens. That's why they come in the country illegally. But bro, like, is trying to say that in Botswana you just need to have a passport. And I said I don't know about Botswana, but in most impoverished countries, the embassies of South Africa are very non-lenient towards them. They really don't care.
Oh, Mr. Chai, I was saying, Botswana currently have agreements with 3 countries, not 32. It's Zimbabwe and I think it's Tanzania. One of the countries neighboring us there, is it Tanzania? Yeah, Tanzania. Let me check. I'll come back. I don't want to feed false information. Let me check.
And bro was almost confessing to a PDF crime. Hey, you missed like a
So that's
lot.
another chat.
That's another chat. Bro was confessing to crimes. I was like, hey,
Yeah.
should we be saying this
Who was
on a
confessing
public
to what?
platform?
Who was confessing to what now? You catch me up, bro.
So what happened was, he was saying in Botswana, he was 19 at the time, and apparently in Botswana, they equate grades to forms. So form 4, I think, is the equivalent to grade 11, and he was dating a grade 11 as a 19-year-old. And yeah, they didn't do anything sexual, as allegedly, that's what he says. And he says, but he said he got accused of being like a rapist and a pedophile.
Bro claimed to be celibate for 2 years. Bro once claimed that the Han was 16, then changed to like 17 when he was 19. Like the story, and the police came to his work, and he was 19 years old and still a manager, which is like very impressive if that's true. So yeah.
Eh,
That was awkward.
I'm trying to process what you guys are saying. Now,
No, I
hey,
can't really comment on that whole situation because I feel like there's a lot of blank spaces, and you know what? You know what you went through,
Yeah.
and I guess the law did what it needed to do. We can only pray that you are not on the wrong in this situation in terms of like actually being guilty of doing something heinous, you know, especially
guys,
intentionally. But yeah, if what you are saying is true and you truly were not, you know, you are not a rapist of sorts or a statutory rapist, I would say that, you know what, the age difference between 19 and 18 and 19 and 17, honestly, people at that age, it's easy to find yourself in that position because at that age, that's not what you're thinking of. You're obviously going to be attracted to people in your age brackets. And unfortunately, 17 does fall within that age bracket. And yeah, a lot more thoughts needs to be put into some of these things. And this should be a lesson to our youth, even to say, you might think that you are young, but after 18, your child is an adult. So put some thoughts into the things that you do. Don't just
Is there
be excited by the fact that girls are now looking at you and choose to go date somebody younger than you or whatever the case may be. This is a lesson to the situations of this nature. But also, I'd like to show to say, you know what, already, ne, let's say he's innocent because you know what, you're innocent until proven guilty. And here, he has not yet been proven guilty. He's innocent, right? But in all his innocence right now, ne, do you see how much of a bitter taste it's now left in our mouths? You know, to say we could be talking to a person who was a PD. We could be talking to, and that is the impact that these false accusations actually have. And imagine them on a broader scale. That even if you've now been proven innocent after you've been falsely accused, still that bitter taste in people's mouth. I don't see myself allowing my child to go play at their friend's house if that friend's father was once falsely accused, because I'd be asking myself, why was he even accused in the first place? What was going on? And these things really do mess with a person's life.
Yeah.
So I heard somebody
I'm
mention
questioning his morality now.
I heard somebody mention here that okay, what you call this, no, these things they don't occur as often as, but I feel like these false accusations still do occur too often. Might not be in a satisfactory level for you to realize that this is a problem, but it happens too often. There was a young man who was once falsely accused of rape in a school in Limpopo, and yeah, I think that there were borders or something, but yeah, the young lady accused him of rape, and that young man went to take his life, proceeded to take his own life. And after he had taken his own life, this young lady then only came forward to say, I was just joking, it was a prank. But this life has already been lost. And then we want to say it's not enough cases. That is, a lot is happening, guys. It happens too often. That's why they even put people who are really in these situations at a disadvantage. It might not be enough cases, but the impact that they have is large because now, as a person who's been raped, you can't just say I've been raped and provide your skitsy evidence, your skimpy evidence and thing and get the justice that you deserve. No. First, you're gonna have to relive the events of what happened. You're gonna have to, it's now making it harder for people who actually were
raped for real or who actually were in these situations for real to prove that these things happened to them. And imagine the pain of having to prove that somebody stabbed your toe and this person is denying it, but you saw them, you see them stabbing your toe. So imagine something as traumatic as a whole rape experience now. So yes, there might not be many cases as somebody just mentioned, but there's too many cases already, and those cases have a ripple effect on everything else. So yeah, that's my thought. That's my 2 cents. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the
on
one
that.
who brought up the fact that there aren't many cases, and it's not that I wasn't trying to take away from the
No
impact
cases.
or like the consequences. I did acknowledge that there are those cases. The reason I highlighted that it's a statistical minority is because he made it seem as though if a woman now accuses somebody, they'll definitely go to jail and be convicted on a false accusation, which is
There's an
false.
80% chance that they will, though.
There's a what?
There is an 80% chance that they will, and unfortunately,
Okay.
here's the thing: the false cases that you know of that are now statistically proven are cases where this person has been acquitted. You understand? Those are cases of people who have been acquitted, and there's been ways to prove that no, this was false. But think about the people who are currently sitting in jail and haven't done this, but already the world is looking at them as a rapist. And there's nothing that can be done about that. Those are silent cases. Those are cases that nobody is going to take statistics of because that person has already fallen under the statistic of an actual convicted rapist.
And
And it
you
won't
just
be corrected. The statistics won't be corrected.
yes, and Umzali have
I agree, but the idea is that at the end of the day, conviction rates in South Africa are low. If about the conviction rates are probably like in the single digit percentages. So saying that, of course, there are people who are in jail
I don't
who are
think so.
falsely convicted, but at the end of the day, it is a statistical minority. You're saying it's 50%. It's not
when you are
50%.
convicted, when you
It's
are
not
convicted,
50%.
My brother,
Otherwise, we wouldn't be complaining about the problems that we're complaining about. To say that the police takes accusations seriously is false. Whether false or true,
I
they
don't
don't take
know
it
where
seriously.
you're at, but if I were to go to my local police station now and say somebody raped me, they are taking that case seriously. I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking from a place of ignorance, but where I am, the police station, whatever I report will be taken seriously.
I guess that's a privilege because a majority, the whole purple movement shows that the majority of people don't get that kind of justice. So that's what we're complaining about. In South Africa, we
I
can
don't
prove
think
that.
it's I don't think it's more so taken seriously, but the conviction in court is not always the right conviction. I don't think it's more so
I
like
think Bra is
they're not
convincing conviction and police. These are two different statistics, and it's quite unfortunate that Umzali have stated one of the very important things that when you are acquitted of false rape, they don't say false rape, they say grape, and you fall under the statistics of grape. So if you have not been proven that you had fallen under false grape and 10 people have been accused and acquitted for false grape, that means the statistics will go to false grape. And it will not, there are actually no statistics that go out and look for issues of how many men have been accused. You understand? Because there are cases which are broadcasted and they are made big because they have caught the attention of the media. And there are cases that happen on day-to-day basis of the community. And giving an example based on you exactly, Tato, I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now that what happened, I did not commit any crime, and you still believe that I've committed a crime. And unfortunately,
we are
as you know,
skeptical. We're just skeptical.
that's skeptical. That means that
Yeah.
you You more
We're
than
just saying it's not
percentage.
okay to date schoolgirls as an adult. That's our moral take. We're not saying you're
No.
criminal. We're just saying that
Eh,
thing that you did was wrong in our personal
We
view.
wouldn't let our kids come to your kid's house, basically.
Yeah,
We wouldn't let our
if
kids come to your kid's
well,
house.
ish.
if that was my daughter, I would seek out justice that she was involved with a 19-year-old when she was still a school kid. How did that happen?
Guys, this is the area of what we were speaking about. You understand? It's quite unfortunate that I'm saying when these cases do happen, people will have a perception and they will stand by it no matter what is brought into law. Let me give you another different scenario, right? Say there was a man in Botswana I know who was accused for
Okay, before
Short
you
story,
go
please.
further, Albaka, wait. I think we've given up is enough stories for the day. Ne?
The
okay.
But
stories now.
Let's leave
wait,
the stories.
wait. But base, let's go back to your current story that you've already given
I'm
us.
still
Ne?
trying to chase this one, my brother.
So this story, James, now that you're saying all of this, do you realize that? So can I ask, what are your thoughts on the young woman that lied about her age?
Childish and bad behavior. Bad
Wait,
behavior.
you're
It's just
saying in the
childish.
story of this guy?
Guys,
Yes.
in the 19 and 17,
Yeah, the
I
16,
don't know.
17.
We don't know if
Allegedly
17 or
17.
16. They
Allegedly
prove the
17.
ages.
Let's say this alleged 17-year-old lied to Albakwe, said, I'm 18 years old, right? That's what we're being told. We're taking what we're being told here.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that? What should happen in that case? Because do you realize that your thoughts are just, oh, she's childish, oh, she's what? But
Yeah.
none of your
guys,
thoughts are things that are gonna linger with her and stay with her for the rest of her life. Whereas whenever Albakwe enters a life now, we're gonna be thinking, I wonder. You understand?
He brought that upon himself. He
but
brought that
guys,
upon himself. He should have kept quiet.
No, but I'm
He
letting
nah,
should have
I'm
kept that story
showing
to
you, but
himself.
that's not, but is that fair? Do you understand that I'm showing you another, like on a smaller scale, I'm showing you the impact of a false accusation
The
and what
gray
it
area
is.
that we don't talk about.
The
So
thing
now,
is,
and now even people are now stifled and silenced. People come here and speak about their life situations every day on this live. And it's not something that is, that's stigmatized. But do you know now, Albakwe has spoken up as a person who's been falsely accused, right?
We've never had a confession live.
okay, so
Hear me. But like, you understand that now we've even shut down the voices of those who've been falsely accused because now we still don't believe them even when they're telling us that no, but I was falsely accused. They're thinking, Mara, where there's smoke,
The
guys,
there
thing
is
is,
fire.
I think
yeah.
the
in
goo
this
has
case, nah,
betrayed you, and the stories have been breaking up and been missing gray areas, large areas. He
No,
was inconsistent with the story. We had
But you know what,
16.
right? I don't think, here's
We
the
had
thing.
16. He said 17.
I
Like,
think there's another thing that we are forgetting, Jensen, is that also when he was telling us the story, this just happened on a spur of a moment where he didn't get the time to, I don't believe he rehearsed that, you know what, tonight, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell these people about my thing, no. I think
I don't know.
it came up and something triggered him to remember a situation, an encounter that he's had. So obviously, I'm not saying that he's innocent again. I'm not going to be taking sides, but I'm just saying that you can miss certain details, and this is how people get off in court, and people get, there can be small details that he will miss because again he didn't rehearse the story. It's something that came up and it was triggered, and then he decided, you know what, I'm going to speak about this in that moment because you know what, we are having
go
a
on the details
conversation.
we were given.
do you
guys,
also
as
know
Just
that?
go on.
as a person who didn't hear the story, nah, I be remaining neutral
Okay,
because
you
my
can
English is
You
even
can remain
is even a
yourself.
broken.
we can hear that, but the thing is, based off of that, you might find that he is telling the truth when he says this young lady was 17 and he maybe 16 was a slip of the tongue, maybe 16 we misunderstood him, but you understand that because of that little communication glitch, you are now, that's already raising red flags, red alarms in your head.
And
Yeah,
16 was mentioned to reflect that at that time the defilement
You
law
already
was
clarified that, and you are still not believed.
But
Just calm down.
yeah, no,
Imagine I'm not telling the truth, I'm telling you. At that time, 16, the Botswana limit, I think the Botswana defilement or age of consent at that time was 16. And you don't believe me. So
So
now
she was old
imagine
enough, basically. That's
at
why I
that
don't have
time.
the
according to
problem with
Botswana.
the girl. Mostly I have the
According
problem
to
with the
the
mother who
laws.
said she was 14. That's my problem lies with the
No,
mother.
the mother lied and said that this had been happening since
That's
he
14.
was 14.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is with the mother. That's why I'm saying the girl is
Yes.
childish because a 16-year-old can date a 14-year-old. That's why I don't see a problem with a 17-year-old with a 19-year-old. The mother is the problem saying
That's why I was saying
the
Romeo and
guy.
Juliet laws.
That's why I have a problem with the guy now, with the mother now saying that the child was 14 when this started. That's my
My
problem.
brother, the mother wanted money. That was all that was there.
Exactly. That's why I have a problem with the mother. But now, still not gonna change. My child is not playing with your child. That's still never gonna change.
And
Like
you know what?
I
That is the impact of false
My child is not knowing your
accusation.
child.
yes,
That's one thing.
that is
That's a power of
uh,
allegations. You see me, I'm
exactly.
prejudging you now. My child is
Thank
never gonna play
you.
with your child. I'm finished.
Thank you.
Guys,
That's
Yeah.
prejudgment live.
guys, so
It's okay,
in
my
this
brother.
case, shouldn't the false accusers be facing some sort of punishment in order to
No.
balance out this
Most
case?
definitely, most
Because
definitely.
No, listen.
because
first-
then
Okay.
Mhm.
What about the mother who wanted 80K? I think she should be punished.
No,
The mother who
listen.
wanted
First,
80K should go to
whoa,
jail.
whoa,
No, actually, there is a way to get that punished, but people we're not going to follow through. Blackmail is against the law. You can actually.
Yeah, blackmail's against the law. But
Yeah, the
listen,
mother who wanted 80K.
listen. I want to. Can I say something? I want to first highlight that I'm not saying that false accusations are right or whatever. They are wrong, but I just want us to like represent them correctly. They are a statistical minority, but regardless of that, I think false accusations are wrong, and the reason I think they shouldn't be punished is because people are free. Even if you think you have been wronged in any way, you are free to open a police case. It's for the police and the judicial system to determine whether somebody's guilty or not. If we now say false accusations must be punished, that means people who had good intentions initially, maybe they were confused about the situation or had like preconceptions about the situation, or be punished on a wrong basis because now they came because they thought maybe
What
they're wrong.
good intentions do you have when accusing somebody of rape?
Okay,
Intention, like
Umzali,
for the person who
let's-
said it was a
Okay,
joke.
in
Can I
okay.
add? Can I add quickly? The person who said I was just joking with the guy who committed suicide. I think a punishment is liable in that situation.
Yes, in that
But
situation,
saying
it's liable.
every accusation, false
Yeah.
accusation deserves
That's what I'm saying, Andy.
a crime, like a punishment. It will like scare others from coming forward for just in case their story doesn't have enough concrete evidence. They will stay back and stay with the thought that their friend, their sister, their cousin was raped. I think the person who did it intentionally says, "Oh, it was a joke." They should go to jail.
Yes, that's also I'm in agreement with that.
Hi, Bubble. You know what, how
Hi,
we-
Bubbles.
Hi,
It's a
happy
free-flowing
Sunday.
conversation. It's a free-flowing conversation, and I'm only going to intervene and start moderating properly if, like, we are not conversing properly or somebody's talking over the other and we're not giving each other a chance. That's when I will, step in. But at the moment, it is a free-flowing conversation. Feel free to add your views.
Yeah, I wanted to actually add my view. Thanks, Umzali. So on the conversation about false accusations, I think I agree they should be punishable 100%. Like I don't think that's debatable at all. The only thing is it's very difficult to punish face fake accusations if you don't have like proof that the accusation is fake, even if the person says that they were not telling the truth. And I'll give you an example. So if a girl, for example,
sends you, after you guys do the tough, they send you a message, send me money or else I'm gonna say you forced yourself on me. That's easily punishable. But if you have a kid, for example, that says, Uncle so did this to me, and then 3 days later they say, no, that's not the case, it's very difficult to prove in the first place that it was a false accusation, because the family could have threatened that child to say that it was not true. And we've seen a lot of people actually withdraw rape cases and saying that they were false accusations, but some of them were not false accusations. In some cases, family members would come talk to that person out of opening the case, saying, hi, Malume is the one that provides for us, what, putting pressure on the person, and the person goes to the police and say, no, I lied. So it's a very challenging thing in terms from a perspective of prosecuting it in court. If someone falsely accused someone and they said they were lying, it's very difficult to arrest them based on the confession that they said they were lying, because it's possible that they were not. It's possible that they are
If
lying.
that is the case, in that case, then maybe we should alter it and say it should be punishable in the terms that the person who's been falsely accused, right, should have the liberty of coming to open a case against you, Bubbles, to say Bubbles has falsely accused me, and here is my evidence, and you get tried in court in the same way that they were tried for actually raping you. You now get tried to see if you are guilty of falsely accusing them. There are ways around this, but then I don't know why we are not looking into them.
That depends, though. Like, if let's say maybe there was a libel case, maybe they went around the community and spread these rumors about you, then maybe you can open a defamation case. But if it's the case that it was just only a legal thing and they just came to seek justice and it came out, I don't think they should be now punished, because if it
No, what I mean by that is that you should be able to present evidence when you are now countering these charges, ne? And you're now opening a charge against, let's say, Bubbles, right? So say Bubbles falsely accused me, right? There should be concrete evidence when you are opening this case, right? You should be able to, you should be given the opportunity to present this this evidence that this was false. For example, the morning after she's saying, oh, I want that 80K, or for example, there's like in the case of Sjava and the Lady Zama, where Lady Zama was sending Sjava voice notes of Nizogisa Wena or whatnot, and also in the case of Yotola Smo, where it was realized that the lady falsely accused him, he should be able to go back to the very same law that he was held accountable by and go back and open a case against the lady that falsely accused him of rape. And that case, there should be investigations in the same way there were investigations looking into the fact that did you rape this person and actually found them guilty. There should be a counter law to say, you know what, if you are falsely accusing a person, that person who was falsely accused now has the right to come and prove that you falsely accused them intentionally. Like, for example, the Mavuso situation, the bribing, the blackmail situation, you can present that blackmail as evidence. And unfortunately, if you don't have evidence, then you know what, you just be grateful that, you know what, I cannot grateful. I know it's reckless to say that, but I'm going to say, I don't have a better way of putting it, but you have to rest your case, because in any case, anyway, whatever the situation is in law, if you don't have evidence to prove, no one is sending anybody to jail, basically.
Yeah.
Can I just interject on something? I've been researching something. This is in reply to Tato. Tato said these cases of false accusations are minor. are in the minority. And I have a problem with the word minority because the word minority is not actually correct. Because if you tell me that 5,000 women had been unalived in South Africa, if we use the population statistics of women alone, I can say, I'm saying statistics and I'm not being against women. If we were to use statistics, I will say 5,000 is a minority compared to over 30 million population of women. So the word minority is not the reason issues becomes issues is because people push them, they say it's an issue and they put it in the open and we discuss and we see that it's an issue. So now when we are trying to downgrade cases to say they are minority, that's injustice. That's I don't know the right terms to use, but that's just not the right words. Because if we are to talk based on statistics, and then we use words like minority, I will now confidently tell you that all crimes that committed based against the population of over 60 million or 30 million population of women, they fall under minority. So we should be careful on this minority. It doesn't settle well with me. Or am I talking crap?
Listen, my chat is yes, of course. Let me justify myself. In the country, of course, stuff like GBV, grape, and all of those things are a minority of people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to live in a society if it was happening to a majority of people. But we can recognize that it's still very bad because it's happening a disproportionate amount compared to like a global average. South Africa has a higher compared to a global average, that we have increasing rates, meaning it could be a majority at a certain point if we do not tackle it. And when I was saying they're a statistical minority, I was not taking away from the fact that this is bad. It is bad and it is not right and we should do something about it. But my idea is you are making it like it is a majority and it's going to be 100% you're going to get convicted, which is false. I'm just trying to, I'm not saying minority
But
as in...
with all of this being said, now we are having a back and forth and all of that. I know I'm gonna slightly veer off the conversation, but you know what? Some of these things need to be said. Guys, Tato and Endine, I might not agree with everything that you're saying, but can I commend you as men? You know, I'm not gonna be part of the people who say you can't congratulate a fish for swimming. The fact that, you know, a lot of men, a lot of the time, what I've experienced on these panels is that, you know, people, they will run to victimize the women, to villainize the women, to, you know, assassinate the character of women. And you guys are not quick to do that. You guys are really objective and you really want to hear and protect. And for me, that's what a true gentleman is. And if we are now backing around and talking about high value men, I think we are speaking about men like you guys. But unfortunately, high value has now taken a turn for the worst. But yeah, I just wanted to say my 2 cents on that before, you know, maybe we won't be on the same live tomorrow or whatever. But I just needed to put this out there. I've been listening to you guys over the past few days and your views and all of that. And you know what? Big ups to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to personally thank you. But I can understand also the narrative that like you shouldn't congratulate a fish for swimming, because at the end of the day, we shouldn't be having these problems, and men are we contributed to creating the country the way it is. So ideally it would be like the type of guys that me and Indy are would be the majority and we wouldn't have this type of problem.
Presidents, make us presidents. We'll fix
You
it.
know, it's like the chat of single moms and single dads. When a man is stepping up as a single dad and they're looking after their child, it's like, yeah, vele kanti, who did you want to look
But
after their child. But let it be a single mom, I'm telling you, the whole world will be railing behind her. You are queening, you are what? But if
I
it's
don't
a
know. I don't understand the glorification of being a single mother. I don't know why people are glorifying being a single mother. I don't know what's the
in
need
what
for,
sense?
like, people say,
In what
like,
sense?
No, I think
condoning
the
being a single mother, like, yeah, basically, like, celebrating a father not being in the life of the child, basically.
No, sometimes if the father's toxic shame you, it's a cause for celebration. You don't understand,
no, I
bro.
don't.
But
No,
okay,
I think the
look, the mother can take the boy, can make the boy into an adult. He will never make the boy into a man. That's fact.
okay.
A mother will never make his son into a man. We need a man to make a
But if that man
a
is
boy into a man.
what good is he anyway?
Then
If that
fine,
man
like,
is manning
I'm sure
if
you have
that
good
man has
uncles,
toxic views,
brothers to be in the father figure role.
but
It doesn't have to be the father. The
you
father
can't
can die.
you can
The
only
father can
lean
The
die.
you
thing
can
is,
only lean on people to a certain
whoa.
extent. You can't throw that responsibility on people. It's people who choose to either step in and be there and play that role or they don't.
Yeah.
Now people
Then
don't
I
choose
blame the
what
mothers
must
for
happen.
procreating with irresponsible men. Then I blame the mothers for procreating with
I
irresponsible
never
men.
I
nobody's written on their forehead that you know what, I'm gonna be fucked up after you fall pregnant. Nobody.
Then
Okay.
why do you give up the cookie too soon? Don't give up the
I
cookie too
number by
soon.
you and tin.
it's not about
Eh?
soon. You know,
Ah,
someone can be a let me learn.
You.
It's not about soon. Someone can be a great partner, a great boyfriend for 3 years and be not a good father. Someone can be a good person, but just not a good father or not a present father. It's possible. So I can vet a man for 5 years and he's a good boyfriend and he's showing up. And then he just, I don't know, when it comes to being a
that's
father,
very rare
he's just
though.
not
That's
showing
very
up.
rare.
No, it's not as rare as
Because
you think.
5
And
it's not
years.
as rare as you think.
you can
Okay,
It's
get
really
married
not.
first. Get married
somebody
first.
can be a
Vet him for
terrible
5 years
partner and still be a
and
great
get
father.
married.
Yeah,
I think you should get
that's why
married.
some people can be great fathers but bad husbands. You know, one doesn't. It's not automatic that someone who is a bad husband won't be a good father, and it's also not
See,
automatic that
me
someone who is
personally,
not.
I'm an advocate for. I know some of you all are gonna take this idea. I'm a huge advocate for arranged marriages because they have high success rates. If you have a good father figure at home, a man you love and respect at your home, whether it be your uncle or your father, and you know this person have good judgment, I would highly recommend you go to them and say, Baba wasekhaya, khalele umfana
I love
ngimshade.
my father. He was
Is
fantastic,
it
but he does
practical?
not have
Is
good
that?
judgment in the kind of
It's not
partner that
about
is
finding
right
love
for
and
you.
happiness at this point. It's about finding a purpose and
Okay,
building a
but is that
family.
practical? Is that practical
It's very
today?
practical in
Is
the
there
sense of,
practicality in that?
okay, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? Do you believe society needs the nuclear family to survive?
I feel like society needs all sorts of families to survive.
I think more so the nuclear family in the sense that you need a mother at home and a father at home. Can we agree?
Guys,
Okay.
What do you mean nuclear family?
The
I
nuclear
think
family
nuclear families are the ideal to be.
in the
Yeah,
sense
I
that
think it is ideal.
No, but what do you mean
you
nuclear
need
family?
the mother at home, the loving, the nurturing, and you need the father who will instill discipline. You need
It is
multi-layers. You don't
ideal,
need
but
Wait, what
not
if
more
there's
so
practical.
one
two
layer.
guys or two girls? What if it's a lesbian who adopted a child? Is that not a nuclear family anymore? That's what I'm questioning.
I don't think that they don't count. They don't fall under the nuclear family, but the civilization are built on nuclear families. The lesbians and the gay families
No, you
is a
know
new
what, Mina,
concept. Wait,
I feel like here's the thing. What you're saying, Minane, I don't think it's valid because here's the thing. Sinabanye, we grew up thinking, you know what, izinto zomjolo, they are simple. Sometimes your child needs to see through you that yeah, Mjolo is fucked up. These things of love, they can be fucked up. They can go wrong, they can go right. It can be, for me, I grew up in a household where both parents were married, right? I had a mother, I had a father. it was fantastic, right? I was mostly raised by my father, yes, but okay, I'm not going to go into the nuances of that. But basically, in my head, you grow up, you get married, you find that you meet the love of your life, you get married, you have children, you raise them, you buy your house, you are happy. You can imagine the shock I got when I actually started getting into the dating world? That was traumatic because I mean, Mina, I thought it was simple. Men are gentlemen. You find yourself a nice gentleman. Yeah, don't go for the people who are not gentlemen. But still, when that gentleman broke my heart, what did I almost do? I crashed. You understand? I was there Googling how to stop crying 10 times a day. Anybody who talks to me, who dares talks to me on the road, I'm there venting to them about Maria's Amatot. You understand? So these things, Mina, I feel like, yes, they are beautiful. It is ideal to have the nuclear family, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't, the child's development doesn't get stifled because they didn't grow up in a nuclear family. You just get to see things from a different perspective.
Yeah, personally, I feel what households need is to be stable and like have an A or two loving parents, and like the child should be open to opportunities and stuff.
That's a
The
nuclear
idea of a
family, bro.
nuclear family being the only metric of success, there are people with two-parent households that get neglected or abused. It's not a guarantee that you're just gonna have two parents and everything's gonna be hunky-dory.
But my point is the new age of like types of new families like lesbian families and gay families. I'm not saying they are less of a family because there's gays and lesbian, because I'm just saying it's a new thing that there's no civilization that have stood the test of time through on the backs of those types of families, but the nuclear family have
No.
succeeded. It's just that people,
That's
on
false.
Mzali's
That's false.
wait,
That's
wait,
false.
wait. I think
You know
on
how many
Mzali's
people
case,
have two
you
parents?
meet people, you met someone who didn't align with your goals. Me personally, from hearing what you said, I think you met someone who don't align with your goals. Maybe you were dating for marriage, they were dating for fun, they just wanted something to chow. Maybe we don't know.
Well, okay, I want to make a point on this idea that gay families have never stood the test of time or have never been. You must remember, before this modern age that we live in, if you're gay or you're lesbian and you were found out, you'd be killed or jailed. There's no such there. You couldn't just be freely gay and just be open about it. So the understanding that they've never stood the test of time is because they were heavily oppressed and they couldn't be allowed to even test the theory if they could stand the test of time. So to say like now that being gay means
True.
there's not a chance that your child can grow up normal. No.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think we should use like this like children our age. Okay, let's test if like let's have a gay family and children and see that they can survive. I don't think we should look at them as test subjects. Looking at them, okay, let's see how these families are going to adapt. I don't think that's how we should look at it. I don't.
What do you mean test
Oh,
subjects?
wait. I'm
But
leading to
you're
something.
the one
The-
that
Can I
introduced
finish,
testing if
please?
they could stand the test of time.
Can I finish
You're the
something?
one that introduced that perspective.
Can I finish
Okay.
something? The reason I'm saying that the reason I say it never stood the test of time is because even though they didn't get the opportunity to stand the test of time, it doesn't take away from the fact that they didn't stand the test of time. It's unfortunate that they didn't get the opportunity to live their lives freely. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. We shouldn't use that as like let's see
There
how these
was no
families are
test
going
of
to be.
time, though. That's the
No,
point.
but also, and you must
I
remember
agree.
there
It
are
didn't.
there are heterosexual normative relationships where it's a mother, a father, and a child, and they grow up in abusive and restricting households. Would we now make the deduction that no, this nuclear family doesn't work? No, we give people the opportunity to test and do things because at the end of the day, if a gay couple at the end of the day they're gonna have to adopt or get a sperm donor and they're free to do that, they are free to reproduce. Same with
Which
straight
I think is
people.
good. I think
Whether they
it's
have the
good.
resources or not, they're free to reproduce. And
I think it's
and
good.
that's the thing.
I don't hate. I think people should live their life, their alternative lifestyles, the way they feel like they should. But I'm just stating the fact that even though didn't get the opportunity to stand the test of time, doesn't take away from the fact they didn't stand the test of time. It's unfair that they didn't get the chance, but this is the reality. Even though there are families where their children are neglected, but there's a high success rate of nuclear families globally.
That's because
There's a
that's what
high,
those are the
very high
families that were
percentage.
there.
For
My
example,
guy.
there's stats on lesbians, specifically lesbians, on a ratio to the men, not to the same number of casualties in the same state, but the rate of abusive relationship among lesbians is very high. I don't think all lesbians are abusive, but
No, you know
the
what? I
rates
feel
are
like
very high.
I think the one thing that's going to kill us is mob mentality. The thing is, when you are about to be a parent, the important thing is pouring the right things into the child, regardless of whether you are from a nuclear family, regardless of whether you're a single mother, a single father. It's what you pour into the child that matters. Whatever way, a lot of the problem comes in when a lot of single mothers, I think the weakness that single mothers would have. I'm not going to speak on single fathers because I don't know. I'm not a man, but the weakness that single mothers have is trying to overcompensate. And you'll find somebody saying, "Hey, happy Father's Day to me." No, you're not a father. This child's father is not present, and that's that's the reality. Be it he has passed on, but you can't say I'm a mother and a father. No, you're not a mother and the father. You're a mother and you are a mother, and that should be
I
enough.
agree.
Yeah,
And
also to be quite
That's
fair,
why
I think
this thing of pushing the whole nuclear family narrative is what drives people crazy and end up becoming the mother and the father. Because people feel like they can never be enough as just the mother. People
I
feel
think
like
people,
they can never be enough as just the father. Of which I feel like we need to show people that what the important thing is realizing as a parent that you can be enough if you pour the right
wait.
things into your
I
child.
think as a person you have to realize, for example, as a mother, the things that I just can't do, and as a father there's things that I just can't do. I think everyone has to realize the fact that that's the main goal for a nuclear family, is that the other person where you lack comes in and swoops in. Okay, maybe the father is not good at being a nurturer. Maybe the mother can come in. Maybe the mother is not good at being a disciplinary, and maybe the father can then enter. It's not forced, but I think is
There
more
are some
preferable
households
due to
where
high
neither is
success
a
rates.
disciplinarian, and you know what? The child is still a spoiled brat with both their parents present.
That's moral. That's the morals the parents are feeding to the child. There will be flaws in every upbringing. Maybe the child grew up too harshly. Maybe the child grew up too
Thank
soft.
you, which
There will
goes
be
back to my
flaws.
point of saying what matters is what you pour into the child, not the family structure that you have.
The
You need
family
to
structure is one of
provide.
the most important things.
No,
The
it's not.
son, the child needs
Maybe
the
not.
love. The child needs love. The child needs
And they
discipline.
can get it from one parent.
They can't.
look, I
Look, for example,
think
let me
out
can
of
I share something? Can I share something
Let's
quickly?
let let
Can I share
Bubbles
something?
speak because we've been back and
Can I
forth.
quickly share something? Because I want to finish my thought. Most of the people who commit violent crimes come from, I'm not blaming the single mothers, but come from single mother household. I don't think it's the
Okay, do you
mother's
not
fault,
think it's
but
because we've
the
taught the single mother that she's not enough for her child?
it's not about that. It's not about what you think you've done. It's about the child of the end of the day. But what you think, me, I've done enough. Me,
But
I've
as
did this. Me, I've did.
society,
It doesn't
we
matter.
have
It's about the
taught the
child.
single mother
Maybe you
that
love what.
she's
Maybe
lacking, she's not enough, she can never be enough for her child. That's what we've taught the single mother as society. That she can't be enough for her child, which will have an impact on the way she parents, which will then have an impact on the way the child grows up to be.
the possibility where if the mother is enough, it is there. It's possible where the child looks at that the mother says, "Mom, whatever you're doing is enough." But there's a longing in everyone that everyone needs to be disciplined. Some mothers just can't do that. Maybe the mother is just too soft. Oh, my baby. Oh, good, my baby fell. My baby did this. Oh, my child. There's mothers like that. We can't discredit them because you are too much of a nurturer and not a good mother. But you need but I think the male presence and the male presence in the child's life is very underestimated because you
Okay,
see
before
how
I rebuttal,
in comparison of
I'm gonna let Bubbles speak because she's been needing to speak. Hey,
Thanks, Msali. What I was going to say was to your point, Msali, that the problem or part of the problem is that sometimes single mothers want to be both the mother and the father. And I think it's important to recognize that you are the mother and you're not the father and the father is not there. In that case, then you allow other male figures to be able to guide the child. And I know I don't like using like personal experiences as examples, but just to show you my point. Mina, my father, I don't have a relationship with him, but I can say that I don't have father issues because I had father figure. They were not my biological father. I had an uncle. I had my mom's sister's husband, and they both had different ways of showing up for me, but I did experience father's love. I did get the guidance that I need. So it's important to know as a parent that, you know what, I am a mother and I'm raising a boy child, for example. And if that boy child is getting out of control, don't try to now be the father. You can call another man, an uncle or a trusted neighbor to come and talk to the child. As a man, you cannot relate to some of the problems and behaviors of your child because you've never been a man in your whole life. You don't know how it feels like. You don't know how it feels like to be maybe an outcast in your friends. You don't know. So it's always okay to recognize where your shortcomings are so that you can accept help. You are in a position now to get help from other people, from other men around you. And I think there's a lot of good men in our communities, in our families as well. As much as, yes, we are saying, yeah, men are doing this and this, but there's a lot of good men in the communities that play that role. And you are basically taking away the opportunity for that role to be played by those men by convincing yourself that you are both the mother and the father when you're not.
I also wanted to make a point on the glorification of single mothers. I didn't give my answer to that. I think the reason single mothers are getting glorified is not because we're like glorifying the fact that one parent households are ideal or okay or it should be happening. But at the end of the day, you must recognize that this is the parent that decided to stay. The dad left, and at the end of the day, the mother, instead of abandoning their child or doing something crazy, they decided to stay and take care of their child. So I think that should be glorified because at the end of the day, they took responsibility.
again,
fair. But my
congratulating
problem
a
with
fish on
that
how to
is
swim
now
doesn't
when it's a single father, it's and nobody wants to glorify that. But when it's a single mother, it must be glorified. When it's a single father, it's congratulating a fish to swim. But when it's a single mother, she wins his man.
I think we should do it on both sides. I don't know
Yeah.
who are the people that are not glorifying the single father, but we should, because at the end of the day, as long as a parent is willing to step up and take care of their child, I think that should be glorified. Whether it's a single mother, father, or single non-binary, or single a queer, or single out of the thing, we should
I
glorify
don't
the
think
parent that stays.
being a parent to your child should be glorified in any situation. Doing your job, you brought them to life. It's you brought them to life to existence. I don't think we
Yes.
should be clapping for you for taking care of what you did. It's like having a car and we are clapping for you for the fact that you're cleaning your car. We shouldn't be doing
No,
that.
the thing is, we
You bought the
glorify
car.
it. Yeah, I hear you, but the reason we glorify it is because they're doing a two-person job by themselves. They're willingly doing a two-person job by themselves. That's why we glorify it. We don't glorify like two-parent households because that's just the norm. That's just how that's how it's ideal to function. But when you're in a position where it's only you have to now be working and taking care of the child solo. That should be glorified.
I hear you on that part, and to answer Bubbles, I think Bubbles said that what did she said again? I think Bubbles said that a my brain is freezing now. Hey, the coffee is killing me. What did Bubbles say?
Okay, while we are waiting for your brain to reboot, let's take the time to also welcome Masculine
Hello,
Lord.
masculine.
It's a free-flowing conversation. We only intervene if somebody is getting out of control, but it's a free-flowing conversation. Feel free to add your views.
Okay, thank you. No, I'll add. I'll still, I just joined, so I was still catching up on the topic. Tanaga.
Okay, no problem. But again, Mina, I will still maintain to say the problem is not the lack of nuclear families. The problem is because, yes, in as much as it's beautiful, it's ideal, ne? But I feel like we are using it as a band-aid to the problems that we're truly facing. Because at
I
the end
think
of the
I
day,
remember
it's
what I
all
was gonna
about the
say.
values and the things that are poured into this child. You'll find a two-parent household where there's two junkies anyway, and I mean, season.
And I remember my question for Bubbles. I think Bubbles said, yeah, vetting someone for 5 years, then they leave. I don't think that's as common as you make it out.
I
Let's
said
say,
that 30 minutes ago, Njena.
sorry?
I said that 30 minutes ago. And my
Yeah,
point
But
was
guys, it's not even, I don't think it's even just 5 years. Somebody, for that time, that time being that you're with somebody, guys, you will believe with every fiber in you, because let's not act like when you're in love, you think differently.
but when
You don't
you
think
married someone
differently.
for
You
3
do.
years and then you have a baby, it's very unlikely for the bro to leave. 3
oh,
years
there
and
are
you're
people
married.
who are
You would be
married and still
surprised.
parents in their
You
marriage
would
and
be.
they are still having the responsibility of the
Thank you.
child
I am
themselves.
aware
I'll
that
take
they
myself, for
exist, but
example. Now I went through
it's very
the
not rare.
channels of saying, you know what, I want to get married first before I have a child. And guess what? I did that. But now I find myself faced with the responsibility of a single of being a single parent, right? Because my partner he passed on. So these things happen.
Yeah, and the point
And I'm
is,
not going to let somebody convince me that I'm not good enough as a parent for my child and now force myself to get into a
It's not
relationship
about
just so that my child
it's
can
not
have a
about
father
you
figure.
being good
No.
enough. It's not about you good enough. You being selfish. I think what's enough for the child.
No, I'm not being
You
selfish. I'm doing it for the the wellness of my mind is the wellness of my child.
don't look at it like me. I've done my part, and I've done my part to
you
the
are
fullest.
missing the
What does the
point.
child need? Does the child need a masculine figure in their life? I think
You're
the
missing.
priority should be the child at this point. What
You're
you have
missing.
done
So
and the
I must jump
availability
into a
is.
relationship just because my child needs a masculine
No,
figure.
it
No
doesn't have to
way.
be your boyfriend. It can be an uncle. It can be your father. It can be someone like
So basically, you are
who's
saying
in
I
close
must take
proximity.
something. I made this child. My father didn't make this child. My uncles didn't make this child. This child was made by me. Again, I will reiterate, you can't dictate for people how to show up for your child. They should be the ones to say, you know what, I'm seeing there's a lack there, let me step in. But going there to seek men out that are going to step in, that's a bit much. You made this child.
No, me, I don't think it's very.
Umntwana.
What's so
Yeah,
bad
can
for
I add?
asking your father or your uncle to talk to your son? I don't think that's very bad.
Why am I, as a parent, not finding ways to reach out to my child?
It's not
Also,
about
an
you.
uncle
At this
won't
point,
be
it's not
raising a
about
child.
you. Because
An
me
uncle
as a
won't raise a
bro,
child that's not
there's
theirs.
things I would never tell my mother. Me as a bro, and my mother does everything for me in
Me
psychology.
as a girl, there were things I'd never tell my mother. That's life.
But you don't understand. You don't understand. The only you for let's say you need something to advice on, let's say flying a plane. You go to a pilot. You never go to a chef. You go to someone who understands what you've been through, what you are going through. You never go as wanting to be a pilot and go to a chef. No, you need to speak to another pilot.
That's why there's things like your counseling and all those kinds of systems in place.
Why do you go to counseling when there's the father figure right here in your immediate family?
But here's the thing,
Was
can
your
you
father such a bad person? You don't trust him with your son?
okay, no, my father is no longer around, guys. If those men are not there around you, what must you do? Must you hang yourself? No.
Can I
You
add
carry
something?
on.
Now,
Send
I
him
would
to Andrew
say,
Tate.
yeah, just to add on, you said something about Andrew Tate.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Please carry on, Baskishiti. Please carry
Okay, I
on.
didn't hear. I just heard Andrew Tate. Okay, yeah, I think in your case, when I'm assuming everything you said is your personal situation where you said your baby dad is deceased. Now, I think that's a very unfortunate situation. I'd also say that that's a minority situation. As much as I partly agree with what the Bruiser saying, the child does need a masculine figure, but at the same time, like, I'm not really with the whole thing of getting a new man, some other guy, to fill that role. I would say I support you going to your family members and stuff like that. Now, obviously, we're not saying take your child and put pressure on your family and your uncles. Hey, no. Once in a while, you can do it. But the main thing in this case, is the child a son or a daughter?
No, it's a daughter.
Okay, that's even worse. Okay, so
Wow.
the thing is now, no, not in a bad way. Ne? The reason why I'm saying it's worse is because of the danger of the daughter becoming a whore. Statistically speaking, this is why men are very. No, I'm not. Let me finish.
crazy
Bro.
what you're saying, buddy.
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be offensive here. It's the truth.
No, continue. Let me
That-
allow you finish your truth.
Yeah, let me learn. So what I mean by that is, the father's role is very important in the son's life because, when the son reaches teenage years, he's more prone to getting to become a criminal, to get into crime. That's where the father is very important because fathers are much better than mothers at disciplining. Not all mothers are bad, but generally speaking. And then for the daughters, the main danger is when they reach the teenage ages, is that they are more prone. Without a father, they're more prone to be sluts. So yeah, they're more prone to be sluts and whores. So if you can, I think you can do this, but it depends on the mother. Unfortunately, most single mothers, they're very terrible. Most single mothers are not really good disciplinarians. Most single mothers, they fail. But if you can find an edge where you can be able to protect your daughter, from the elements, you can protect her and you can do your best. I think it is still possible for you to pull it off. But the main thing you need to understand, and this is something that men understand. That's why you see. It sounds like I'm being blunt to you because you.
Okay, we lost you there for a moment, masculinity. I don't know.
Masculinity is
Sounds
killing
like criminals
me
and to protect our daughters from being sluts. So if you can make sure that you protect your daughter, from being a slut, you become very strict with her. I mean, not too strict, but as strict as necessary to protect her for so that she can, at a later stage find a husband and and get married.
Okay. Mina, as a mother, my priority is not hindering my child from being a slut. My priority is making sure that she is not taken advantage of as a person.
That
The
should be
slut-
goal number one. Not being a slut should
Mina.
be goal number one.
If yena she becomes a slut, ngizomenza umuntu. But I
Okay,
will
what if she
teach
has
her.
5 baby daddies? What if she
No,
has
what's-
5 baby daddies?
I want to
You know what?
understand
I will
something.
teach
What's
her that
wrong
that
with
is not the
people?
way. That is not the way. Me as a mother is to teach her that that's not
But I
the
was
way.
gonna ask what's wrong being a slut.
Yes. What's wrong? Because what's wrong with
Me
somebody expressing their
personally, ne?
sexuality?
Me personally, currently, I entertain them a lot. I entertain them, but not now. Currently, now I'm in a relationship. But me personally, my child, I prefer them not to be a slut. And I know deep down inside, you wouldn't want your child to be a slut.
Okay, if that's
Obviously,
true,
that's not the goal.
Can
no.
Tato answer? Can Tato
Whoa,
answer?
whoa,
You
whoa,
personally,
whoa.
would you let your child be a slut?
You said
Can
you
you answer?
entertain them. Are you not one of them then? If you entertain these
A bro can be a
promiscuous
slut. A
women,
bro
as you
can
say,
only
are
be a
you not?
slut maker. If there's sluts,
You
there
see,
has to be
it's the
people
double
making them.
standard now.
No, double standards exist in both ends. Double standards exist in
Okay,
both
I'm
ends.
confused here. I mean,
Hands can
what's
wear heels,
the
bros
guy
can't.
saying? Is he saying? I mean, what do you mean? What's wrong with someone experiencing sexuality? What is that supposed to be?
I'm saying
He's
people are free
benefiting. He's
to
a
express their
beneficiary. That's why he
sexuality
finds
however
no
they want.
problem. He's a
I
beneficiary.
can't
He's
hear him,
showing
bro.
them.
Me, I'm a virgin.
You're capping. You're capping, bro.
I'm not capping.
You're entertaining them. That's why you like them. You're entertaining them.
I've never been in a relationship. This is a
How
known
old
fact.
are you? How old are you, Chief?
I'm 21.
You are joking, Chief.
I'm
They were
being
giving them away at
honest.
varsity.
No.
Varsity, they are giving them away.
I'm being honest. Okay,
Damn.
I can't prove it or disprove it, but here's my chat. People are free to express their sexuality. However, you are free to express your sexuality. That's why you've been with them. Why are you saying they are unable to express their sexuality if they are
I'm saying
people on equal
they
level?
are.
No?
They are, but me personally, I wouldn't want I wouldn't want to walk around the town that I live in with my child, and there's a possibility that I might cross by 15 people that have slept with my child. I don't want to live like that. Same with my wife. I don't want to be going to at ShopRite, standing at the queue, knowing there's a possibility there's someone in the queue who had smashed my wife. That's
But
how
then-
most brews are wired. Brews don't want their hands to be accessible goods. You buy a new car, but never a used car.
What?
If you have,
So you're saying there's nobody? Okay, first of all, don't this comparison of
sake,
women.
sorry
and
for
cars
calling
is
women cars. Sorry.
this
Sorry.
comparison-
I was trying to make a point. Sorry. I
No,
don't
but
think
either
women
way,
are
there are
cars.
people buy used cars.
Women are
either way.
diamonds. Women are diamonds. I don't think women are cars.
Don't.
Sorry.
We are women. We are not nothing. We are not
Sorry.
diamonds. We are not cars. We are women.
Sorry.
We are human beings.
I lost you guys there. Sorry. No,
My
women.
chat
I was
is-
trying to make a point. Women are
My
not vehicles. I'm trying to say, men tend to be attracted. They will go. They are sexually aroused by what they see, but they tend to be more attracted to what they don't see. The woman who covers up, the woman who preserves her inner goods. We find that attractive, but we are sexually aroused by the Cardi B's and the Nicki Minaj.
No, okay. Here's my chat. How come, like a man? Let's say your child is let's say your child is a male child, and he's slept 100 women. Is that not embarrassing as well? By your
It's not
standards?
embarrassing because you know why? It's hard for a brute to get hands. It's hard. There's a certain level of skill
No, but aren't
and
you embarrassed that somebody's
vocabulary
gonna come
you
and
need
just
to speak.
Okay.
It's very hard for a
All
brute.
right, gentlemen.
It's very hard for a brute
So
to get
try to
holes.
just go back there because. Okay, I don't know what the guy was saying there. I mean, it seems like one guy here seems to know the basic stuff, and then the other guy is completely lost. And I mean, I'm not trying to. Going back to the lady, I think, Sissy, based on what you say, unfortunately, you don't sound like you're gonna be, very good at disciplining, and this is the problem with women, unfortunately. So I'll tag along with the guy when he said, like, just try, here and there, try and keep your daughter around masculine figures. Try your best where you can. I mean, obviously, in your case, it's a very unfortunate case.
People could
Sorry
possibly
about
be
that, but
sexual predators, is what you're saying. No, I'm not putting my child in that position.
what'd you say?
Do you know there's in as much as you might be desperate to get your child a male figure or whatever in their life, but understand that as a parent, you can't just go around trusting people, no matter how close you are with these people.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
have to
They have
stay
uncles
guard of all
telling
of those
their
things.
are you saying
So
even family members? Are you saying that you wouldn't trust
especially
your own?
family members, actually, the ones that I'm very fond of, especially them. You never know what a person is capable of, and I'm not trying to find out through my daughter that okay, this person is capable of APC.
Send her to
Okay,
enrotate.
I get then do as you please. Is just do your best is what I'm saying. I guess kid, do your best. There's nothing much you can do in that case. I mean, if the baby dad was still alive, I'd definitely say find him. But I mean,
Question for masculine.
there's not much you can do
You
here.
do you condone female sexual liberation?
No, it's absolutely disgusting and unacceptable.
It's very
And
disgusting,
that's why I
chief.
said.
Hey,
That's why I said I
hey.
disagree with the other guy there. I don't know why he was trying to make a comparison between men and women, man cheating as if it's
It's
the
not
same.
the
It's not the
same.
same
Yes, it's not the
at all.
same. I
Like
hear you, chief.
a man cheating, a woman cheating is a complete slut. A man cheating, a man
Yes.
having multiple women, he's just exercising options. It's a big difference.
Oh,
Where do you come from, masculine? Like,
no,
where do you
To
come
me,
from?
a man, okay, a woman
Like,
cheating and all of that is a
you read
complete
my
slut. A
mind.
man who's
There's
cheating
some
is
things
just
I
a
didn't want to
dumbass
say.
nigga. That's just it.
All right, I can't hear
You don't
her. What you say,
understand. You
lady?
don't understand. For a
No,
guy
I said
to
a woman cheating, fine, I'll take it. She's a slut. But when a man is
Yes,
cheating, he's
correct.
just a dumbass nigga.
No, it's not
Well,
that.
you could say dumb if you want to, but I wouldn't really call it dumb. It's not really about being dumb. It's just men are more just sexual and
Yeah,
But
And
they
that's
lack
pure,
Masculine,
they lack
that's
you are
pure
self-control.
stupidity and lack
you are
of
preaching.
self-control.
Yeah,
That's
they
just
lack
lack
no,
of
self-control.
self-control
Everybody
and
gets horny.
stupidity.
Everybody gets horny. If every time you wanna stick it in someone, you go find someone, you lack
The
self-control.
thing
That's
is,
it.
the thing is, you don't understand. For a guy to have access to multiple sexual options, they need to acquire a certain status or value in society in order to
You know
get
what? I
any hand.
can
A
It's,
hand
respect
it's
can
a
your
just
man that
sense
exist
of
listen,
value.
and get
Andy.
child regardless. A hand can
Listen,
just
Andy.
Your
exist.
sense of value is
listen.
measured by how many hands you can get.
Look, my guy. First of
Then
all, they're not gonna
you
understand what
don't
you're
get
saying. I think
value.
that's gonna
I
be
can
very
respect a
detailed
man that
for
has
I
access
hear
to
you, chief.
unfortunately. Yeah, they won't understand that
ladies.
because women.
Double
Unfortunately, women
standards
are very slow.
exist for both
Okay, fine.
genders.
Double standards exist, Nyaguzo. I can respect a man that is wanted by multiple women, but I can respect a man even more for being able to have the zeal to decline those women and not decide that because these women want me, I'm gonna sleep with all of them. So basically, when I see more as in daughter, what kind of a man
The
is
thing
that?
is, no, women, when you get into a relationship, you all promise each other different things. We want from you, we want like peace, quiet, loyalty. Most women,
You
I'm
do
not saying
not
all,
want peace, quiet, and loyalty. Men are the same people that will
wait,
have 7 baby
wait,
mamas, and then you claim
wait,
that you want peace. I
Can I
see that.
finish? Can I
All right,
finish?
just let him finish, and then because we
Most
can't hear
women
you guys
want
speaking over each other.
most women want someone to provide and protect and put them in a secure position, knowing that the person dies any day. My children, our families taken care of. But it doesn't tie me down to I don't think it's good for people to be over exercising their sexual drive. But a guy, a high value guy is hard to find, but a high value woman is very common. Like a woman that can close their legs, I think it's very common to find. But a high value man who can do all those things, provide and protect for a family, is very
You've
hard.
got a
So
problem with this
in a
high
sense, you have to
value.
share. In a sense, you do have to share.
What?
In a sense, you do have to share.
It's not a must. I
Our
can.
In a
It's not.
sense,
wait, men
It's not
prove
a
our loyalty
must.
by coming
I
home.
can.
We prove our loyalty by
I don't.
coming back home.
I don't
a
We
have
can
man,
tell
to.
someone a drama
No,
and we
it's
a
come back
fine.
home
man
to
that
our
is
It's
wives.
always
fine.
out,
I can eliminate myself from the equation. It's not a
a
must for me
man,
to feel really.
a man that is always out every other night, smashing around, smashing other women, will not even be available for that child that you say the nuclear family should have because he's too busy smashing and seeding throughout the country. And then now the next
Smashing
thing you have
takes
7
30 minutes
kids.
to an hour. Smashing takes 30 minutes to
Reza,
an hour. It doesn't
Reza
take the
Andy,
whole day.
Reza Andy, please let me finish.
Sorry.
Thanks. So a man that goes around smashing around, those women could fall pregnant. Now he has 7 kids, one source of salary. And some of those kids will not be taken care of, even especially the kids in his own house. So look, here's the thing. You can have multiple options. That's okay. That's fine. Lovely, I guess. But for you to have lack of control and go around smashing around, that makes you a man that lacks discipline and lacks self-control.
Wait,
Okay,
Bubbles,
can I go in after her, bro? Can I try and
okay,
respond there?
continue, Chief.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you try not to cut me? I'll just be quick and then I'll pass the mic. You can give your take. So the thing is, ladies, now you see, how can I say this without being offensive? Okay, I'll just fuck it. I'll just say it. I have to be honest here. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm
No,
not gonna
that is
sugarcoat it. I just have to be honest here.
Bubbles, you asked not to be interrupted. Can you please respect it?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let me just be blunt here. The reality is, ladies, first of all, with all due respect, your opinion is irrelevant on this. And the reason why I'm saying this is like women have always complained for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. Women will always complain about men being sexual, men wanting to exercise their options. But unfortunately, ladies, like it'll never change whether you like it or not. That's the first part. There's just certain things that you need to understand about men, the same way that there's certain things that we need to, like, there's pros and cons to dating men, and there's pros and cons to dating women. I'll say that again. There's pros and cons to dating men, and there's pros and cons to dating women, right? But the problem is this, like, on the male side, men take in the cons and the pros of dating women. But for you guys, for some reason, you guys only want the pros, you don't want the cons. When it comes to, you don't even want to accept, the one con that you can't change, which is men, this is whether we like it or not, us too, we are sexual by nature. Especially the more money a man makes, the more financially stable, the more financially abundant he is, the more options he has. And when men have options, especially beautiful women, even if I have a wife and kid at home, at some point I'm going to break. My natural instincts are gonna kick in one day after 5 years of being married to Umzai there, my wife that I love so much. One day
I don't think
I'm gonna
men
go
should cheat,
into
but I
I'm gonna go hold on,
understand.
bro. Hold on. One day I'm gonna go into Spa, I'm there buying groceries there. I'm gonna say, young girl, she's beautiful, long hair, slim waist. My natural instincts is gonna kick in. Yes, I might take her out and have sex with her for a couple of days or weeks. It doesn't matter, but I still love you. You have the ring, you are the main chick. You have the family, you have my heart, you have the children, you have my full provision. So I'd argue you breaking up, which is what a lot of these women are doing these days, breaking up and divorcing their husbands just because they cheated once in 2 years. I think that's a very bad, I mean, you can do it, you're within your rights to do it, but it's a very stupid decision. And the reason why it's very stupid is because we know, statistically speaking, that most men cheat, even broke men cheat, right? So since we know this statistical fact, it's not my opinion, it's a fact. It's always been like this. Since we know this, if you break up with a guy who's a provider, as a protector, he doesn't beat you, he doesn't abuse you. He tries his best to be loyal. And yes, fine, he cheated after 3 years, he cheats every 2 years, or 3 years, or whatever. But he comes back to you, he loves you, and you break up with him. What you've effectively done, ladies, is that you've become, number one, a single mother, right? Now you're single, you're back in the market, you are single. Maybe you're gonna be single for 6 months, maybe a year, and then eventually you're gonna find another guy, build another bond for another 5 years, get into marriage, do all this stuff, and then he's also gonna cheat on you. So who's the idiot?
The idiot is you for cheating and being caught. Why are you
That's the problem. You see,
why are you
you see,
reckless with your cheating?
ladies.
That's where the
Okay, what if I said
problem
this?
is.
What if I said to you, Ms. Vai, you know what? The problem is women, man. Why do women want men who are tall and men who are providers? Why I don't like this con about women. I enjoy the soft side. I enjoy the fact that women can cook and they're nurturing and stuff. But I don't like to take the cons. The fact that I don't like the cons of the fact that I have to protect her in times of danger. It's my responsibility.
Expecting
How?
you
What would you
protect
say to
and
that?
provide, ne, is not harmful
Huh?
to you. I'm saying expecting you to protect and provide is not harmful to you as a man. Whereas
Are you
cheating,
speaking in
on the
terms of
other
STDs?
hand, not just STDs, my self-worth, my self-esteem, the way I view myself in this marriage, it does a lot of harm.
I mean, when it comes to STDs, ne, obviously, I'm not saying it's okay for men to sleep around like hundreds of women. But what I am saying is men are going to cheat, ladies. right? If you are with a competent man, obviously he's not gonna go around sleeping around. But if hold on. If you catch a man cheating once, it's been 3 years, he's been doing well. He cheated once. It's not a big deal. That's what I'm saying.
Hello,
Yeah, I'm
handsome.
done. Go ahead.
Welcome to the panel, handsome.
I want to agree with the ladies, but unfortunately, it's reality. I don't think it's good reality. I don't condone cheating. I don't condone like exercising your options to your full extent. But it's reality. Most men cheat, especially the
Ah,
who has the resources and the finances to do so.
Okay, if you are
But I
going to
don't think
be
it's
a
smart
cheater of a
for
man,
I
at
don't
least be successful at it. Bina, my biggest problem. I might not walk away from a man cheating, but I will walk away if I see you when, as my husband, you are in someone's DMs and that person declines. I'm definitely walking
hey,
away.
that's another thing now. But for like bro said, you have a family, you're happy. But he cheated, let's say 2 years
You
ago, you
better
didn't
not
find out,
get
but they
rejected
met.
while you're at it, because basically, clearly, I'm the crazy one for thinking you are something. You tried to cheat, you failed. I take
Yeah,
get out
that's a
of here.
different topic.
So you're gonna leave your person
No,
for not
I
but
having
believe
notice,
you.
ne?
why?
I
You
will
see,
leave
when I
you.
who's the bro? The Andy, is it? Do I call you
Yes, chief.
OVO? You
Yes,
see, when I
chief. It's
OVO, this is what
Andy.
I want to say, man. Like women okay, once again, this might be offensive, but I'm gonna be honest here. This is why it's very important to never listen to women, bro. Because with all due respect, women don't know what they want. They don't know anything,
Bro
quite
said they
frankly.
are irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
they don't really know anything. That's why men are leaders. Men are supposed to be leaders. Men have always been leaders. Is because, like, you see, like for example, like they'll sit there, they'll argue with you, about cheating, right? They'll sit there and argue with you about cheating when in reality, they absolutely will stay with the guy who does cheat here and there, and they want a guy who's a cheater. By the way, they don't want a guy who doesn't have options. Like it's weird.
I
They
don't
want a
want a
guy.
cheater.
They
I
want a
don't
guy
want
with
a cheater,
options, but then
please.
they think he's not going to exercise those options. That's being unrealistic. Ladies, if you want a
No,
man
I
who's a
don't want to.
winner,
Here's the thing: if you don't have options, I will love you even more, my husband. But when Nane, you are my husband now, your instinct, your annual instinct, or your every 3 years instinct has kicked in. You are
yeah.
trying now to exercise this instinct, and you fail. I
No, that's a different topic. It's the point now you're just diverting now. The point is if your man cheats once in a while, it is not a big deal. Stop listening to Cardi B. That woman is a complete failure. She's an idiot. And she influences all of you guys. You listen to these, you watch these movies, Netflix and all this nonsense
Can I
that
add?
encourages
we've
you.
got brains of
It
our
encourages
own.
hold on.
Can I add?
We've
All
got
this
Can I
brains
TV
of
add?
our
nonsense,
own.
it encourages you to divorce your husband. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna find yourself as a 35-year-old single woman. And when you're 35, by the way, in case you don't know, most men will not give you a chance. They won't want you at all because you're old, unfortunately. You know, men want young women. So like this whole thing that women are doing is very like stay with your man. Most men cheat. Like they will cheat at some point. Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something, bro? Go ahead.
Can I add, chief? Now, like the one of the biggest sellouts is Beyonce. Beyonce have been selling women this feminist pipe dream. Women run the world and all the single ladies, while she's a wife and her husband cheated in 2019 and 2021 and 2022, and she still stayed because she knows that most women who've been up only date higher. They don't go down. They know who's another black billionaire can she get? Of course, she has money, but it's not about the money for her. It's about status. She's been selling this pipe dream to women and selling them out. But single ladies like this singlehood, when she's a housewife, basically, she's doing the opposite of what she's preaching. She's like I see the hypocrisy in people like Cardi B and and Beyonce. But Beyonce is the biggest sellout. She's cheated on daily, talking about like know your self-worth and stuff. And every year for 3 years consecutively, she's been cheated on by a nobody. One of them worked at Starbucks, for example. But it's not about that to a guy where we need to Beyonce, we need to like chow someone better than Beyonce. It's just about I was in New York, for example. I was in New York, my wife is in Texas. I was hungry. I child. I don't condone again. I don't condone. I don't think you should be exercising your sexual drive to that extent. I think it's too much. I believe in loyalty. I grew up very Christian, but the reality still stands that men who have options, most of them will exercise their options. It's like having 10 cars but using one. If you have options, you choose for a variety. You will choose a variety. That's my take.
Can we give Handsome the chance to speak? He raised his hands in the comment section.
Hi, Kanye. How are you?
I'm alrighty. How are you, Handsome?
I'm always good. Can't complain. Doesn't help. Nobody listens, and those who do listen charge per hour.
Yes. Yeah, ukhuluma sizwe. I know you've got a mouthful. Please, that's bathathe boy, bathathe.
For me, Kanye, I think what
Ngicela
I
ukungibiza ngokhanya ngingumzali manje, please. I'm a whole parent. It's my whole personality now, please.
I do apologize. And congratulations to your baby.
Thank you, my love. Thank you.
Cheating is a deliberate choice, Kanye. Let's not. What I don't like is the generalization that is happening. Cheating is a deliberate choice than behavior. So I think it's very important, or it's very essential to understand that infidelity does not stem from gender or any biological thing. We need to know that individual decision is cheating. So whatever arises from your decision can be emotional regulations, it can be unmet needs, or any personal desires that you would lead to, but it is a personal choice. The thing that you guys are saying is that all men cheat. That is the most ridiculous generalization I've ever heard.
Can I respond?
Before you respond, I want to say something.
Yes,
I wanted to say, like, on Handsome's topic, this idea that men, after all these generations and how civilization has been built, that we are just like these Neanderthal type creatures that are just going to give up on our impulses the second we get a chance, is false. We are intellectuals. We have control and self-control, and we can restrict ourselves from making decisions that are against our own interest or other people's benefit. We have morality. This idea that we're just going to cheat just because we have the option is wrong.
Exactly.
Maybe you will cheat, but us, we won't.
But can I respond to Handsome quickly? For example, the reason why we generalize is like saying men are stronger than women physically. Of course, we know it's true, but it's to get to the point. I know there is women who exist who are stronger than men, but we generalize because generally speaking, it's not about like this thing of generalizing that invalidates the statements that are being said.
Men are weaker than women when it comes to masculinity. In masculinity, men are stronger than women. But when it comes to
masculinity now,
it's you beating a woman. Yes, you can win. But how many women have ever retaliated to a man beating them? And how many cases did they win?
I've retaliated physically, and it didn't end well for the gentleman.
Do you understand? So if you are to say, you can't say men are stronger than women. It's impossible. Women take pain longer.
No, here's the thing. No. Can I tell you? Men are physically.
Now we are talking about common sense.
Men have physical strength.
That's common sense.
Hear me out. We can't dispute that. But that doesn't mean a woman can't fight a man and take them down. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's
That's what I'm.
possible.
That's why I'm sticking with women. That's why I'm
Yes,
on the women's side.
it's possible, but
Okay.
in
I'll
most
just
cases,
be honest
can I
here, man.
finish, Chief? Can I
Okay.
finish, Chief? I
Oh yeah.
agree.
Okay. Sure.
It's
Go on to you.
possible. It's possible, but in most cases, men in a fight, you can take a 25-year-old man and a 25-year-old woman who grew up the same, exactly identically, and the bro will overpower them. It's just biology. It's not fair. Maybe you prefer the woman to be stronger than the man. Maybe it also, but general, like, it's a reality at this point. There's nothing else we can do. It's reality. But the back, going back on the thing that I was trying to answer handsome, is like when you said about cheating is a choice. It's not about biology and being a man or anything. For the fact that it's mostly correlated with men, it says something is within them. The same way, let me finish.
No,
Let me
no,
finish.
no,
The
no.
same
You,
way that
you are
you
twisting my words, and
can I finish? I read
if you're going to quote
I
me,
read your
quote me
comment. You said
correctly.
cheating is a choice. I read your comments. You said cheating is a choice.
Cheating is not a choice.
Can I answer, handsome?
Yeah,
I'm
you can
responding to
answer.
your comment saying cheating is a choice. It's not about being a man or anything. It's a choice you make. Okay, I hear you on that part, but the fact that it's mostly correlated with men, it I think it's about being a man at this point. The same way that a woman who's the word nurturing is mostly associated with women is a part of women at this point, because that's what we mostly associated with them, is in their DNA to be nurturers. If I didn't hear your point, please clarify where I misheard your point, Mr. Handsome.
I think
Nah,
it's
cheating for men, it's not a must, guys.
Can I hear Handsome's
Oh, okay.
point?
no that the reason or where I land in terms of stating cheating is a decision, not an incident. It's on a behavioral psychology that infidelity is classified as a boundary violation when Umzali finds herself and states that her boundaries have been violated. So, in that sense, a person has now chosen to act outside the emotional or rational agreements of their relationship or their partnership.
Mr. Handsome,
Yes.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
Can you differentiate between cheating and lust?
I would make cheating as in an element where choosing to engage in a conversation, choosing to entertain, choosing secrecy, choosing the act itself. That is cheating.
So if I am to look at a lady who's passing by and has the features that I am lusting to, and I greet her and I ask her, I like you, is that cheating or is that lusting?
In a sense of emotional maturity, communication patterns, you can have even those conversations with your partners as well, where you are able to state such physical features of someone else.
Let's not bring the partner in between. As gents, we are sitting outside, a lady is passing by, and you are like, no man, hi girl, how are you? You've got big bumps, you fit, yeah, I mean, let's be honest, because we men, and that's what we normally do.
You go to a hand and say you got big bums.
No, not literally saying it like that, but as gents,
Hey.
that's why I wanted to understand the difference between lust and cheating. Because if you lust someone, you're going to end up cheating, or some people end up seeing lust is cheating.
You're off tracking, my G. You're off tracking now. You are incorporating lust. That's human nature now.
I was asking
That's
Mr.
human
Handsome, my
nature.
guy. I did not get to your statement. I was talking to Mr. Handsome. That's why I asked him personally. Can he
Sorry,
differentiate
Chief.
between lust and cheating? I did not get to your statement because I did not hear it clear. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I was
Sorry, Chief.
asking Mr. Handsome. Sorry to take you down, my guy. Sorry, man. So I just wanted to hear the Mr. Handsome mindset. Sorry to say that, my guy.
Yeah. Can we add now? Yeah, interesting back and forth there. Yeah, well, yeah, like I'll just okay. So I disagree with who was the guy Handsome and the other guy. You know, I think you guys are speaking from a position of trying to duck and dive from reality and create this false reality. Whilst guys like myself, we are speaking about the true reality of men. Now we're not saying all men cheat. Clearly, not all men cheat because you guys don't do it. But that directly means that you guys are in the minority of men who are completely against cheating. The reality is most men cheat. Most men have always cheated. Most men will always cheat. Almost every woman has a story of an ex-boyfriend who's cheated on her, and that's for a reason. So what we are saying, we're not saying is right. But what we are saying is that it's a reality, and women should brace themselves, within the confinements of reality. Like it's unreal. You see, this whole mentality that these women have, it stems from the TV and listening to men like yourselves. I mean, no offense. They listen to guys like yourselves who sit there and lie to them and give them comfortable lies, and say stuff like, "Oh, men don't cheat. Oh, it's a decision if you cheat." Like, men do cheat. Men have always cheated. That is the truth. So for you to sit here and lie to women, to comfort them, to make them feel, because the reality is, number one, women are not attracted to men who
Maso,
women are
I
not
think
attracted to men. Just let me know, brother.
interjected, and Paul had asked a question, and
Oh, I'm still
you are
talking now. That was a long time ago.
you are
Be patient,
debating
Handsome.
and you're not answering his question.
No, the question was not for me. I didn't hear a question. I was just giving my point here. If you'd let me finish. Oh, you what? Did you want to say something?
No, let him talk. Mr. Masculine, you can go for it.
Yeah. No. So what I'm saying is this, yeah. The reality of male nature will never change, right? And that reality is as follows. I don't know if the still the women still here. Oh, I don't see them. Okay.
Ladies have left now.
Mr. Masculine.
The ladies taking a
Mr.
break.
Oh, they all
Masculine.
left.
Mr. Masculine.
Okay. Well.
It's just
Yeah.
a cruise
Yeah. What's up,
now.
man? What's up,
Mr.
man?
Masculine.
Mm-hmm.
Can when you speak, ne, can you not speak for longer so that we can not miss some points that you're speaking? Can we interject in between your points so we can pass it point by point? Because we might find that
Yeah.
you guys speak 5 points at a time, and then
No, we can try that, but the problem with that now is, I mean, I gotta finish the whole context, so I make sure that I understand what.
Can you not take it personal when someone cuts you so that we can understand? Because you can't speak 10 points at a time, and then we're gonna attend to the 8th point instead of
Okay, sure. So okay, fine. Let's do it. You okay? Go ahead. Is there something you want to comment on?
No,
or disagreement or whatever?
I mean, because you cutted people when they wanted to talk to you about a certain thing. Can we interject? It's a conversation. It's multiple conversations in between. Can we understand each other?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Can I interject? Can someone make a statement or ask a question?
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say so that we can know what we're dealing with.
No, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Okay.
So are you going to ask a question or are you going to make a statement? Mr. Masculine, are you going to ask a question or make a statement?
Yeah. No, I was making a statement.
It's cool. You can come with it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me finish my statement. To conclude, gentlemen, right? The reality is this: this is whether you like it or not, by the way, and it's also whether I like it or not. The reality is this: when a man, works hard, men don't work hard in jail just for nothing. Men don't build their money. Men don't just sit there. We don't sit there and sacrifice 5 to 10 years of our lives working hard, climbing the corporate ladder, or climbing our growing our business, trying to be fully financially stable, and then finally, after 10 years of hard work, we are finally financially stable. We are finally abundant. We are finally full-fledged providers, and then you expect me to date only one woman? That's nonsense. That's not how men operate. Well, most men, not you guys, clearly.
One
Most men
thing,
don't operate. Ladies, we work hard. Let me finish. We work hard so that we can have abundance. We work hard so we can have multiple women. That is the reality. Men want multiple women.
It's for you, not for everyone. Say
Yeah.
yeah,
you.
not for everyone.
I work hard to have multiple women, not we work
No,
hard.
most
You
men.
and who?
No, I said most
You
men.
and who? What's the men? Which ones? What is the
Bro,
ratio?
Okay,
What is the
guys.
percentage?
Okay, guys. Masculine is generalizing. Maybe you are one of the few who are the lucky one. You are the good one.
No,
You are the
no,
good
no.
guy.
Let's
Go for a
let
general way, but you say
Wait.
most men. Most men, which
Most
ones?
men. Okay,
You
most
have to
men.
have a number.
Okay,
Have a number.
Zulu
Say
men.
some men.
Zulu men. When he says most men, do you know who he's trying to say?
No. When you're
He's
saying most
saying
men,
more
that
than
means you're saying the
50, more than
majority.
51%. Most men
no,
starts
it's,
with
it's, no, no,
51%.
no, it's way more.
Guys,
No, no,
guys,
it's
hear
way
you,
more than
Chief.
say
51, but
some
51 is
men.
I
more.
hear you,
It's
Chief.
just
It's
say
I hear you.
most men.
I'd
Let us
estimate
use
it
the
to be
basic
somewhere around
English
80,
words.
80 to
Okay.
90% of
80%
men
is
don't want
Mr.
one
Masculine.
woman.
Mr.
Wait.
Masculine.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah,
Masculine.
these guys are in denial. They're just in denial.
Mr.
They
Zuluman.
know the truth
Mr.
though.
Zuluman. Mr.
Wait.
Zuluman. Can we talk to understand? Can we talk to learn and not fight and not interject someone when he's talking?
Interject.
Because we can't speak 2, 4, 6, 8. We can't be 8 people talking at the same time.
I agree.
Yeah, I
Understand?
was trying to avoid this too.
Yeah. So, Mr. Masculine, sorry not
Can
to cut you in
I
a
make a
certain
chat?
position. Sorry, Mr. Masculine. Mr. Masculine.
Yeah.
I think your point gets back to, you see, when you grow up, ne, there are guys who had nothing and were rejected by ladies.
Correct.
You understand? So when they get to have that proper money, to have something in life, and then they feel like they've made it in life, they want to go back and prove a point. I think that's where you think Ukuti, a majority of men.
That's
tend
partly
to-
correct.
Yes, you understand. I think that's where you divert the thing, whereby you think
Yeah.
majority of men try to prove a point. That's why you feel like
The majority of men don't get sex when they broke. You do know this, now. When men are 18 years old, 90 years old, they struggle
that's what I'm
with
saying.
girls.
And then when you start getting something, you're not going to get sex from the people that you wanted before. You're going to look for babies. And then
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
The babies are going to hurt you. You're gonna get back to the broke ladies, and then we're going to think that the broke ladies are the gold diggers. Instead of that, you went to the bigger ones, and then you feel that you wanna come back and abuse the younger ones. That's where you
Yeah, I don't understand what you mean, bro. What do you mean? Are you saying older by age or what?
No, my guy. The status that you have. If I am a millionaire, I am going to find babies, and then when I see that millions that I have, it's sucking down to a probably, let's say, 500,000. I'm not going to continue with that babies. I'm going to go to a lower level where I'm going to not, instead of me spending 100,000 a day, I might be spending 10,000 a day. So I'm going to look at those girls that I'm spending 10,000 with them, and then I feel like these are my
Masculine, can I try and
Yeah.
respond? Because I think I
That's
hear your
what
chat.
No, but dog, we can't
that's
hear
why-
you. You're saying babies.
That's-
Like, you gotta go to babies. Or like, I don't understand.
Can
What
I
are you
try-
talking
can
about?
I
the
interject?
left. Yeah, you
Can
can.
I
You
interject?
can, Mr. Andy.
I
So
think
maybe you can
masculine is
understand.
what masculine is trying to say. Ne? As a bro, you build yourself up the ranks so that finding a woman is not an issue. You instead you have the upper hand where you comply, where you demand compliance and respect, where it comes naturally from a woman. no woman respects a broke dude.
Andy,
It's just facts at this point.
Andy,
They look at them and with no
Andy,
respect. I
Andy.
think what you're trying to say is that when when you get your money, you go for the baddies, but when the money dies down, you go to the
Yes.
ones that you could have accessed when you didn't have much. I
Thank
think
you.
that's what you're
Thank
trying
you.
to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, man. Thank you.
But the thing,
Oh, he said
that's
baddies.
Yeah, it's
No,
kind
but
of like
that's
that's
not
the
the
thing
point. You see,
now.
gents, you see, you're deflecting now the whole thing. The point is men don't want one vagina. That's the point.
nah,
We
man,
don't work hard
nah,
just so
man, nah,
wait,
man.
wait. We don't work
It's
hard. Hold
Let
on,
him
gentlemen,
finish,
hold
please.
on. We don't work
Mr.
hard.
Masculine,
Let each
We do
other
not work
finish.
hard all these years
Mr.
just so we
Masculine,
can have sex with one vagina. You
Mr.
telling me
Masculine,
just because I'm married, just
Mr.
because I'm married
Masculine,
to my wife,
Mr.
that now I
Masculine,
must be subjected to one vagina for 1 year, one
Mr.
vagina for 2
Masculine.
years, one vagina for 4 years, one vagina for 5 years, one
Wait,
vagina for
Mr.
10 years?
Masculine,
That
Mr.
is
Mr.
delusion.
Masculine,
That is
Mr.
Mr.
unrealistic.
Masculine, wait,
That is not how men think. We don't
Mr.
want
Masculine,
one
wait.
vagina.
Mr.
It's very
Masculine,
simple.
Mr. Masculine, can you understand? Can you learn something? Can I give you an example? Can I give you an example of what I'm trying to say? Do you know that there are people who have been married and then they then had sex over a year, according to what you say, and then they haven't had sex outside? Do you understand? Whereby they have got mental trauma. Do you understand? Do you know about that? You grown up enough,
Yeah, about people, men who are
not just
married who
my
haven't
man,
had sex in a
Mr.
year.
Masculine. Can we learn not try to prove a point that you're gonna speak over just because of you don't know something? If you are going to learn, let's learn and not try to prove a point. That's why sometimes you get to be quiet and learn from you when you're saying something. Can you learn from other people? Because you can't just try and prove a point. It's not about proving a point. It's about you learning and us learning. If you are going to say a statement, and I feel that I'm going to learn, I am going to learn from your statement. I'm not going to debate with it.
Well,
But
I mean, with all due respect,
if Mr. Andy is going
there's
to say,
nothing to learn from your
my
statement, my
man,
bike, because
can
your
you
statements
listen?
is false.
Can you
Your
listen?
statements is not realistic. The only thing you've been doing
Wait,
here is
Mr.
talk over
Masculine, can you let
everyone.
him finish?
You're not making any sense.
Mr.
Like
Masculine,
he talks, but he's not making any sense.
can I finish? If
Okay,
Mr. Andy is going to
Mr. Paul,
We're
wait,
trying to let you
can I try
finish,
to
but you're
defend
just
you?
talking
Can I try
non-stop.
to defend you?
can I finish my statement so you can speak? You can come to me. I'm coming to you man on man, because if Mr. Andy is going to say a statement, I am going to learn from Mr. Andy or Mr. Tato or whosoever that's on the panel. Instead of me trying to prove a point that I know, let's learn. We're here to learn. We don't know each other face to face. We're here to learn, not to prove a point. You old enough, I don't know, you might be older than me, you might be younger than me. But here, we are here to learn. That's why we're in a panel, trying to understand what you are saying and what I'm saying. We all here, let's gather the thoughts and understand.
All
Let's
right, get to the
learn.
point.
That's why there's
Just get to
school,
the point,
please,
bro.
man. I'm here to say, can we learn
Okay, so
instead
what's
of
your point?
my point is, when someone is talking, can you learn instead of getting into that
No,
person's
but we can't learn nonsense, right? Because
what
what you're saying is false. It's
Wait,
not
what's the
reality.
what's the
guys,
We're not gonna
please
sit
wait,
here.
nonsense? What's the
wait,
nonsense?
Don't tell us to
wait,
learn here. We're not
both
gonna.
wait,
You're telling us that men don't cheat. That's false.
Masculine, wait,
Men do
What?
cheat. Men
Masculine,
have
There are
always
wait,
men who
cheated.
don't cheat.
wait,
There are men
both
who
guys,
don't cheat.
wait. Paul, can you please wait?
He's telling
Masculine,
us to learn here, but he's talking like false, making
Masculine,
false
please
statements.
wait. Paul, don't respond. Wait.
Okay, I'm quiet.
The first step
Quiet
of
as I
wisdom
am.
is wait. The first step of wisdom is realizing you don't know everything.
That's what
Me
I'm
here,
saying.
I'm sharing my opinion. It maybe it's not true. I am with Paul. I'm with Masculine on this part, saying most like men, a majority of men, not necessarily 80%, but a majority of men do cheat if they have the access and the ability to, or the options. They do exercise their options, but we're not gonna slander people who have their opinion. There are people who live in a world they think like,
No,
no,
their opinion is wrong,
I
but we have to
know
be honest.
for wait,
We have to be honest. Their opinion
wait,
is very wrong.
That's
wait.
what
We're
I'm
not.
saying.
You see, no,
You
but
are
you can't tell
Mr.
us to
Andy.
sugarcoat here,
Mr.
dog.
Andy, you're
Like,
talking. He's entering your mouth. He doesn't want to
Wait,
listen. That's what I'm fighting for. Can you
wait.
learn
no,
instead of getting
I
into
am
someone's
listening
mouth?
very
Please.
well.
When
It's just
someone is
that you
You have
guys
an
talking,
are
can you wait and
opinion.
listen?
you're being
Your opinion
disingenuous
for
here.
now. Wait, Masculine. Your opinion for now is your
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
It's not. If we can say
No,
it's
but it's a
facts,
fact.
we don't
It's a
know.
fact, though.
It's your opinion for now. I agree with most of your opinions, most of them, but we still have to respect everyone in the panel to what they think. People experience different lifestyles. They live differently. They view life from different lenses. we don't discredit them for because you know the answer. Just because you don't know the answer, you're not gonna come to the person who doesn't understand the answer and say, no, don't talk, you're stupid, you don't understand.
Thank
You're gonna
you. You
explain
can't
them.
call someone
with you.
stupid now. Also,
Yes. Now I
you can't
think
call someone stupid
we don't
because
know
you
each
don't know what
other.
I'm looking at. You don't know what I'm
Yes,
facing
yes,
at that
Mpho.
No,
time.
no, no. Wait.
Wait,
Who did I
guys, we
call
don't know
stupid
each
now?
other. At least let's respect each other.
Wait.
Respect.
Was
Why,
talking.
why are you
Hey,
saying I called them
Masculine.
stupid? I didn't call anyone stupid here.
Wait, I was making an
Who said?
example. I was making an example. Paul was
Oh, is
talking.
it okay?
You interrupted just because you didn't believe in his point. Paul was talking. When Paul finished talking, you say, guys, I'm finished. Can you add? Or someone, I'm finished with my point. We don't know each other. We don't know our different walks of lives. We've never seen each other. We might even never talk to each other ever again. But
you
we can
understand?
leave this conversation with something. Let's respect each
Let's
other as
learn.
strangers for now. Paul, you
Learn
can
with
talk.
respect as men. We are here. Ladies are complaining about GBV and stuff. Why, if I am to say something and then you guys you see or no man, okay, you have a problem that your woman cheated. I tried to speak to her. She had a problem and I wanted to beat her and I hold myself out. I'm coming to you guys and say, guys, I've got this problem. You guys can advise me, and your advice might make a change to my life. But if I am going to retaliate within your advice, it's going to be a problem now also. Let's learn, guys. Please. Can we learn? Please, guys.
Paul, can you finish your point? I thought you were speaking.
I even lost track of my point, man. Because now I've been trying to get someone so that the mindset can work.
I think Paul was on the verge of saying that even though men cheat, but there's some men out there who don't cheat. I think he was leading on that path.
Yeah, but man,
And cheating, yes, cheating. When the money dies down, you can't keep up with the baddies now. When the
That's what
money is going down, when you get 1 milli, then you are going at 100K. Now the baddies lifestyle, you can't keep up, you can't maintain. You go
Man,
back to the hand that works at McDonald's.
one thing
I
I've
agree
learned
with that point.
one thing I've learned about this life, ne, it's if you are going, don't get, learn someone when you are starting. Learn someone. Yes, you might have millions, you might make mistakes and then get crazy about the millions maybe you've got in life. But when things changes, don't run away. Or I understand that you're gonna go get the babies and then you're gonna get married and whatsoever. But if you are to sit down and look at let's look at the percentages, man. The women who are married, majority of women who are married are not the ones who were told that they're gonna get married. They are too much beautiful. Can someone deny or what?
I agree, Chief. I agree with you on that part.
70% of ladies who are married today were the ones who were told that they will never get married or succeed in life.
So this is one of the reasons I'm an advocate for arranged marriages. Those marriages succeed. They push those marriages.
Do you understand?
Trust your father.
Okay, let me give you an example. Ne? There is that. Let me give you an example, Mr. Indy. There is that one sneak link you have. Now that sneaky link, now you understand she's not that one person that you can just take out to the guys and say, now I've got this one now also. But chances of marrying her, it's high because she has all the wife material things.
I hear you, Chief. I hear you. But I think a woman, I don't think you can teach a woman to be a wife. I think that's in them. You can't take a girl at drama or at Rockets at the club and think this one is gonna be a housewife.
But
I
you
think
can.
you are looking at the wrong place
You
now.
can.
You think you can, Chief?
Chief, you might find that the lady went out with the friend for a birthday celebration, and it was your lucky day to meet her.
But I am saying that the chances are low. The one popping bottles there, jumping on the tables, I don't see that as wife material.
It's impossible now, Chief.
Okay. Now, to add on, going back to what we were talking about, most men do cheat, gentlemen. The reason why I'm saying you guys are completely wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and say use the whole thing of learn from someone. No, I don't need to learn from what you said. Everything you said is incorrect. If I sit there and I say to you, most people eat meat, and then you come here and you say, well, not all people eat meat. I know a friend, and I know people. There's men out there who eat vegetables, who are vegetarians. Of course, there's vegetarians. We know that, but you can't use that, rule as if it's a general thing. Like vegetarians, they are a minority of the population. Most people eat meat. Most people are not vegetarians. Most people are very much carnivore, and that is the natural order. So the reason why I'm disagreeing so much with this point is because it's a very disingenuous point. It's basically a fallacy, fairy tale point that women tell themselves. Women like to do this, and also some men, who are okay. I can't say this term because it's gonna be offensive. But a lot of men like to throw these fairy tale terms instead of acknowledging reality that men do cheat. A man will always cheat, especially if a man has money. And the reality and the proper thing to tell women, that the right thing that you should be encouraging women to do is to stay with their husbands. Don't divorce your husband just because he cheated once or twice. It's not a big deal.
Mr. Masculine, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Mr. Masculine, can I ask you a question? Probably let's say it's 100% racist from our, let's say in Gauteng. Let's call out of 100% of races in Gauteng. Are you from Gauteng or which province are you from? Or where are you based? Is it Gauteng?
I'm from Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape. Can I say
Yeah.
something based on Gauteng?
No, my brother, we accept any multicultural diversity here.
Yes, thank you. Do you know that 80% of ladies in races are dating broke and rich niggas, are sharing between rich niggas and broke niggas?
Can you please elaborate, Mpo?
No, do you know why I'm saying this, ne? My man, I just can't. There are certain things that you can't just. Man, most ladies gets money from the rich niggas which are outside, but gets chowed by the broke niggas in races. Do you agree or disagree?
I can't confirm that because I don't know.
But hold on. Hold on, bro. Hold on. What does this have to do with what we're talking about?
And what was the statement?
We're talking about men being sexual. What is that? Why are you bringing? What's the point of? Okay. What's your point exactly?
Man, I'm trying to.
Are you trying to change the topic, or what? Where are you going with this?
Mr. Masculine, what's your topic?
We are talking about the fact that there was a lady here, right? We spoke about the situation, and then we were talking about the fact that men cheat.
I'm talking about the topic you just said now within 3 minutes. What did you say?
We're talking about men cheating. We're not talking about res and rich guys in res. Like, what does that have to do with the topic?
Why did I bring about provinces? It seems like you don't understand what you're saying. You understand?
Can you point out the exact statement that you are responding to?
No,
Is there something you said that you are responding to?
and then
Hey bro, I'm closer, Chief. The suit I'm not gonna get.
I want Mr. Masculine to come back now also. Maybe we'll like a network.
Okay, I think it's the network.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna try and he's back now.
I'm here.
Mr. Masculine, what is your problem statement so we can deal with it? Because I think what I'm saying is kind of like different. What's your problem statement?
You keep changing the topic and jumping all over the place. We're simply talking about men cheating. I don't understand what the res
What
thing now and
what was
what
your
does that have to do
problem
with the topic?
statement? Within 4 minutes of what we were talking about, you raised up something. That's why I ended up calling Mr. Indian, saying, I ended up calling you as Mr. Masculine. Where are you based? Because I wanted to prove a point where, if you are to check, it's most ladies who cheat compared to us men.
Oh, okay, that's your point.
I mean, I was responding to your question. To
Yeah,
your
no.
The most men cheat part.
Well, it wasn't a question. I was telling you, it was a
Okay.
statement. Right?
Can I say? Can I put out a point whereby I can say?
Okay, so what
women
you're saying
cheat
is
more
you're saying
than
that
men.
women cheat
Can I
more.
say? Can I say women cheat more than men?
Well, that's also false. But yeah, go ahead. Try and tell us why you think so.
I think you can't say women cheat more, but they do get caught less. It's hard to catch them because they are very sneaky and devious when they do it. That's why it's
Do you
it's
understand?
not respected by the masses of society.
We do it to prove a point, and then they do it hidingly. So
No, I think women do it to prove a point. When a man cheats, they think that the man doesn't love them, so they try to prove a point. If if you cheat, I cheat mentality, which I think is one of the most disgusting mentalities. But yeah, I think women do it to prove a point. Because
Yeah, what makes
the
you
guy
what
just
makes you
is
think?
sexual, but it's just modern society who labels it as cheating.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's cheating. I agree. Guys are
just a
just
second,
Bafo,
Andy.
more sexual
Bafo,
beings.
So
Mr.
what
Indian.
makes you think that women cheat more than men? Where did you get that?
Yeah, I'm going to come up with what I know and with the scenarios I've ever encountered. Okay? From ladies I can't say met as they were my ladies. Man, do you know that there's a man for breakfast, there's a man for lunch, and there's a man for dinner, and there is a man for taking care of the lady. Do you know that, Mr. Masculine?
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm aware there are women that are sluts. Yes, correct.
Promiscuous. Don't use the word slut, man. I think it's
don't use don't use the word slut, man. Because if they're going to call you fairy, you're not gonna like it.
It's not about liking the word. I think it's not TikTok friendly.
No, the reality is they are sluts. Or TikTok flags it.
Man,
yeah, TikTok language. I think you should use
now
like
also.
promiscuous.
That's why we use native language now also.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, my man, how many women can you date in a month? You personally, I just want to understand something. Let's not put it in. Yeah, I want you personally. How many women can you date in a month?
I mean, as much as I want. I mean, it depends how many women I have available who are willing to.
How many can you sleep with in a day?
I mean, if what does this have to do? Okay, I'll answer the question. Three.
I want you. I get you against what I'm saying. I want to get something from your point.
Okay, sure. I'll give you an answer. 3. I said 3.
3 in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. How many times?
Bro, get to the point, bro. Like, yeah.
My man, I'm trying to get something from you so you can understand.
No, but you're asking me these questions like.
Man. Are we going to talk, or are you just going to make me try and put a point?
No, but you're asking me questions that have not that are just like redundant. Like you're repeating.
Is this a monologue?
I answered your questions, bro. I answered your questions. I can take 3 women.
How
And I
many
can do 3
times
women.
will you want to nut from the 3 women that you're gonna meet in a day?
That's irrelevant. Lend your point.
Okay, it's fine. Mr. Masculine, I'm done with you. It's fine. Let me just keep quiet for me. Because we're not going to get anything from you. Because if I am asking, you have a limit of nutting. You can't nut 3 girls 7 times a day. It's impossible. Each and every day you can't. But a lady can get nut from 10 guys a day, and nothing is going to happen. That's why I'm saying women can cheat more than us men. Just that we try to show it. But if you are to get a woman can try and can hide it. You find a woman that has morning boyfriend, afternoon boyfriend, and dinner boyfriend, and someone who takes care of her for a lifetime. Ask about babies. How do babies survive in this life? Can we
Blessers.
speak to understand, my man?
Blessers. They live by the blessers.
That's what I'm saying. How many blessers do you think they have? Because it's impossible for you for a baby to have one blesser. It's impossible. Have you ever sat down with ladies that are in the streets? Not streets for selling, but have you ever sat down with ladies that bargaining in Pedi, they say Banava Strat? Not selling, but understands rich guys. Have you ever had that encounter? Have you ever sat down with someone that can request for a Hennessy now and it comes? Have you ever sat down with that? While you are drinking Corona, and then they'll say, I'm gonna request for 3 Hennessy's now. And then the Hennessy comes now by the time she's requesting. And then she's going to tell you that this is one guy who buys me alcohol. I haven't slept with the guy, but he buys me alcohol. And then she calls another one who buys alcohol or who buys breakfast. Another one who buys lunch, and someone who's guys. Guys? That's why I asked you guys, where are you based, guys? So you can understand at what point I'm trying to say this. I'm not going to call anyone slut. I'm not going to call anyone names, but I'm saying, have you ever sat down with such people that knows the streets, that knows how to? Guys, am I wrong of what I'm saying?
Okay, can we talk now?
Talk. You can talk, man.
Similarly, I'm based in Eastern Cape and Tato is based in Joburg, if that
Yeah,
helps you.
I'll say it's very. I mean, I guess it's debatable. You can make that argument that women cheat more, which I don't really think is true either. I think men cheat way more than women. Because of the
Thank you,
the
man.
reasons behind their cheating.
Thank you, man.
But I mean, sure, are there women out there that cheat more? Yes, there are. But I mean, generally speaking, men just tend to cheat more. That's just
Women
how it's
cheating
always
is
been.
disgusting. Ish, I don't know how people tolerate that. It's one of the most
Plus,
disgusting.
it's very different. Like, women don't really want to cheat. That's another thing. When a
Ah,
woman
it's just
doesn't, she's
the
and the examples that you're using, these are examples. You're talking about women that are sluts. Most women don't want to do that.
We
Even
told you
women,
not to use
even
that
the
word
women.
because we told you not to
No,
use
no, no,
that
no, no,
word
no, no. Hold
because
on, hold
it's
on,
not
hold on, hold
TikTok
on,
friendly.
hold on. I heard you the first time. First of all, don't tell me what to do. That's the first part. Secondly, I said slut. Right? I
It's
filtered
not
it. So
TikTok friendly. It's going
no, no,
to
no. I
flag
said
there also.
slut. I said slut. I didn't say the full. I said slut. SH. Right? Use your ears. I know what I said. So as I was saying, obviously women who are sluts, they tend to be out there, but most women don't want that. But when it comes to men do want that. There's a big difference. That's just what I think.
Can I raise a new prompt? Can I try to raise a new prompt?
Sure.
I think what I want to hear your chats on is like, do you think it's a necessity to have both mother and the father in the household? Do you think it's a must? And this is free for everyone.
This one is going to get us into problems now also. But it's fine. Let's just divert into it.
Yes, please. I want to hear your opinions because, like, there's been talks about most cases you don't need the father or things of that nature. So I want to hear your people's opinion.
Okay, according to my perspective, I feel like it depends on the parent's behavior towards the kid or towards the child.
So
Do you get what
you
I'm saying?
don't think it's a must as
Yeah,
long
I
as
can't.
the one
I
parent is
can't.
doing the job.
I can't say it's a must, but like I'm saying, it depends on the how the mother treats the children and how the father treats the children. Because sometimes, imagine, you're gonna
Wait, can I give
okay.
context to the prompt? Because I'm speaking on terms when like for if you have a daughter, you need the mother during the growing stage, the puberty stage, where the periods, the cramps, and things like that, and
Mhm.
vice versa to the father. You need the father when the boy it's time to become a man now, when they are going to adulthood. I'm talking in that sense more so.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. How is the father treating the man, the boy child, and how is the mother treating the girl child, or how is the mother treating the boy child, and how is the father treating the girl child? So it depends on how children grow up, because you might find that there are certain things like uh, a boy child is growing up in a family whereby now the father is abusing the mother, then the boy child now grows up with anger and stuff. It's something. It's also a point now that people are feeling to understand.
I hear you, Chief. Yeah. Does anyone want to the Godfather? Does the Godfather have thoughts on this? Is the Godfather asleep?
These ones are sleeping now also. This one's sleeping.
Yes, now, yeah, now you even Tato now. Tato,
No, me,
why
I'm not
now?
asleep. Me, I'm listening. I'm just being a background character because you guys, your chats are crazy. The chats
No,
you're
we need to
having, you're getting
learn, man.
intense.
Man, let's grow
You
up.
can come up with your own side. You can look you can be neutral. In that case, me, I was more understanding of what Mr. Masculine was saying, but not more so agreeing with how he was presenting his chats and how he was treating everyone. I think with undermining them and disrespect and saying,
Yeah, I
no,
can't
you
be
are wrong.
in
I
those
was in
kinds of
with
chats.
that. I think everyone has the right to his opinion. I think Paul expressed his opinion. Me, I don't agree with him mostly, but I didn't have to disrespect him and say, no, you are wrong. That's rubbish. I'm
Thank
not
you.
gonna listen to that. I
That's
don't
why I
think
was
women
fighting
should
with the
more.
other guy now. The other guy now also.
Yeah,
I
me,
think
I
we should
can't be
like
in those conflict type chats. I'm not good with conflict like that, where we're gonna be telling each other you speaking nonsense and stuff. I don't
I
like
know
that
that
environment.
my guy. I was fighting just because of that. You can't tell me that I'm speaking nonsense as a man.
yes,
Do you understand?
yes.
We
Yeah.
don't know each other, guys. Let's put respect first before
Yes,
we
because
speak.
me now, I don't agree with Mpho's point. Just because I don't agree with Mpho's point and Mpho doesn't agree with my point doesn't mean
Yes, he
that
never.
his point is
Mr.
nothing,
Andy,
is meaningless.
Mr.
'Cause
Andy never said, "Hey, when are you 1, 2, 3, 4?" He just said, "Mpo, I don't agree with your point. Let's put it into this sense." I was like, "Okay, let's hear your point." He said his point, but now when you start telling me now that
you know what it exposes with him now when you are trying to make a point and says that that's irrelevant, that's nonsense. It shows that he's close-minded. He's not willing
do you
to learn.
understand?
Maybe
Yeah.
because now when you speak about, for example, me, I can agree at res run women in res run the whole show. They are doing with the college mates, the guys who are attending university with, but outside they are blessers. I've seen that personally. So I get when you say that at res is hot there, but in real life, where in the adult space, I can speak on that because I've
My
seen it
guy,
firsthand that
my guy,
bros can
my
cheat
guy,
just
the
because I
life,
never experienced
my
it.
guy, Mr. Andy, the life that most ladies or us men, let's say most of us, 80% of us, I can't say us, but I mean 70% of people who are in tertiary or people who are outside of life of home. They are living fake life. They have their own life and they have the family's life.
Yeah, true.
Now you can't go home and now be drinking like you are mad and you getting back home at 3 at every
Yeah,
day. You
people are
can't do
living
that.
double lives out here now. People are
That's
living
what I'm
double
saying.
lives.
We are living double lives. That's what that was my point at first when I started with the other
I
guy. Now
hear
was
you. People go to varsity and do and become very accessible and become very sexual active, and then come home to the
okay.
mother, to the parent,
Let's let's put the
father and
chat.
the mother. They become innocent.
Let's put the chat. I've let me can you correct me? Ne? Can you please correct me?
For sure.
70% of people in tertiary are more sicker in HIV than the older generation of ours. Can you correct me on that?
I don't know but the number exactly, but I'm sure
because
it's
I know
higher than
certain
before.
universities there's one in
It's higher
there's
than
one
before.
there's
Because back in the day,
because
people were getting married at 18, 19. They were with one person. Now, people can be with 20 people now.
Listen.
So I'm sure it's higher.
Oh, so Mr.
I have a
Eddie, now
point to
you
make.
understand where I was coming from when I say now you can find that women cheat more than men. Because now she's
Yes.
going to give you the quickie now. At Grove now. You're gonna get back if she finds you the husband now. She chops you, she goes to another
But now, that
You
the statement, I agree with the statement, but the statement now has a flaw. How many percent of women are in tertiary at this point? Because
it's a lot,
tertiary is
it's a
only like
lot,
a
man.
certain
It's a
age
lot.
group, like
Remember there's
19 to 24, mostly.
my guy, remember they are the ones who are in tertiary and then they are the ones who are unemployed who are selling. And they are the ones who are unemployed just looking for mdavazo now also. I can't use that word because it's TikTok not friendly.
Not
I
friendly.
disagree with what you guys are saying.
Let's talk. Tato, engage in the topic. Can we talk? I want to learn. I
Yeah, we
don't
want to hear
just
your
to
thoughts,
understand.
Tato, Chief.
Yeah, because you guys, the problem I'm having, you guys are not relying on stats or figures. You come here and you use your feelings to determine
We can't
or your
put now
personal your
my
personal
man,
experience.
we can't put figures now. It's going to be like now we are pointing people and stuff and certain places. We know the stats. That's why we are saying. Personally, I'm saying I know the stats of certain places and certain. I can't just say now the words now.
Everyone. You can't just say everyone now.
Do you understand? Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't just say everyone, and I can, like Miss Andy understands what I'm saying. I can't call you and say now KZN or what. It's going to be a problem now. Do you understand? But if that's why I asked that guy, where are you based? He said it's Eastern Cape. I was like, okay, sharp. You need to get to a place where you will understand where a certain university has the highest stats of HIV. Comes this one, it's a list, my guy. It's a list. Do you understand? We're not even counting locations, we're counting universities. We're not
But
counting
besides being
colleges.
specific,
Look at how
on universities, I think one thing we should bring back is women shaming. We have to shame them for being hoes. We're gonna reduce the number
don't
of
use
teenage
that word, my guy.
pregnancies.
Don't use that word because now we're just fighting with GBV and
Oh,
you can't use the word.
sorry for
Yeah, you
being
understand?
promiscuous. Sorry,
You
guys.
understand? You even having the people thinking now also.
Yeah,
You
sorry,
can't
sorry,
use that.
sorry,
You can't
guys.
you can't use that. That's why I was trying to avoid fighting with
Yes, sorry.
Guys,
ladies.
the point I'm trying to make.
I'm trying to say that shaming needs to come back. People were closing their
Do you
legs because they
understand?
are
That's
afraid
why I
of
was trying to
shame.
protect. That's why I was trying to protect saying words, and I was like, my guy, it's fine. Say it as your word. I'm not gonna say
Sorry,
that.
gents. What I was trying to say is that we need to bring back the shaming of promiscuous women. We
Thank you,
don't
my
need to
guy.
glorify
Thank you.
them. If a hand now is busy is busy, like not married at 16, going around. Everyone knows her. Nah.
Ashkaraning now
We
the
need
Banganoi now
Askara
the
in the
Banganoi.
Bongonoi now. We need to
What's that?
shame
What's
them.
that? What's that? What's that?
The Banganoi now, that one, the
Bongonoi is
also
like
that one, the under one now, the opening
the
legs now, finished now.
operation level.
The operation level
Wait,
now
what?
also.
I didn't hear. What did you say that was?
The
The
operation
Banganoi.
level now also.
The Banganoi is where you operate, Chief. It's
Chief,
the
what do you
mummies.
operate? Now you can know the tunnel you need to use. You don't know the tunnel. You must use that tunnel too.
The bro has never driven in the tunnel, he claims. He says that
Yeah, I'm a virgin.
the bro says now. And we don't shame. Also, us, we are not experts, but
Wow,
the,
we are
the,
not. Me also haven't driven any car to the tunnel.
you too now.
Oh, me. My guy, also you now. Mara, I was just saying the
How old are
Banganoi now.
you,
You can't.
Mpo?
Eh?
How old are you? I
Me?
think you're older than me.
Me have asked Ashkaren, Chief.
Oh, at least, geez.
Me
Because
not.
I
My
thought I
guy,
was
me
here alone now. Because Godfather is quiet and Mr. Ancient is gone now. Here's the wife that one now.
My guy, me now also finish now that one. Finish.
So now it's a bomb.
Bomb, bazooka. Boom.
Yo, it's Mos.
Yeah.
So you okay? If not a serious question, but I think it's a question I'd like to ask. Do
Say
you
it, my guy.
operate Sim 2 now, or you stay at Sim 1?
Me no chocolate now also now. I
You don't
can
do
They're
never.
chocolate
speaking a
pops.
different language.
Never.
We're trying to be
Do
TikTok
you
friendly.
understand that this one now also?
Tato, Sim 2 is like it's not the uterus, it's the other part that has a hole.
Okay.
The
I
one
think
that takes out the kakas level now also.
So you don't operate there. Aren't you curious, Mpo? Aren't you curious?
Never. Never. I don't want to start things that I'm not gonna finish now also.
Yeah, Chief, because now, I don't want to even request because now I don't want my name to be ruined and be
Chief,
said that,
now
hey, this
also
bro wants chocolate now.
now when you also now take out now the
chocolate.
kakas
Hey.
level. Me, I hate the smell also.
Everyone
Now
needs the smell, Chief.
cooking now the
No, but you'll do it when it's clean.
How can you guarantee it's clean?
It's always clean on the outer side, not on
Do
the
you know
inner
the funny thing? You can wipe and clean. 2 minutes later, you can wipe, you still see something. Do you know that?
My guy.
You can wipe and clean.
My guy,
And
let
2
me
minutes
tell
later,
you,
you can wipe again without doing the number 2 and still see something.
let me tell you something.
That's how not clean the
Let
bum
me
is.
tell you something.
But you can clean your own if it gets dirty.
It's always cleaner on the outer side. On the
And
inner
it's-
side, you always know
So
what
now
you
you
need
leak
to
now,
expect.
Chief. What are you saying? You leak.
Now when you take out now, you know this one.
So do you leak the chocolate? You don't eat it. You just lick it now.
What? Me?
The chocolate box.
I don't play like a tiger. Me, I'm not a tiger. Me,
You're not dog
I
sniffing other
am not
dog
a
now.
dog. I don't go
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
Never.
you're scaring me.
What? Kakas level now. Also, now finish. My guy, I'm telling you, me, I will never go that there. The kakas.
I'm it's not that I want to, but there's hype there, so I'm curious. I like, what's the hype here?
You see, there's a member now who said you are right. Even more than that, I'm doing a study based on HIV topic.
I didn't. No, this person is gonna have to check their
that
credentials, like where they're studying, which university, how far they are in the degree, or if they're a professor. Anybody can come and say they're studying stuff and be wrong. Don't just listen to people. You must question.
Tato. Like I said, we are not going to point which part. Do you understand? It's not going to be nice. It's going to come back to us as men.
No, but you can't just make statements.
Statements can be there when someone is doing something. He or she needs to see it. but he or she mustn't say where and how. Do you understand? That's why I was also saying, remember what ever since I got to this life, I was trying to cover out what Mr. Andy is saying. When he
Yes,
wanted
yes.
to flag out certain things, I was like, no. Let's get back. I know whatever that brings about ladies, it's their month. You even put your people things now, also you too. And you
And
want to
what's with
go
the
against.
bros now who start rocking green now all of a sudden now?
Yeah, but
Why
now it's next
why
month
the
is our
broom?
time now,
They
December
were
now.
quiet now, not
We
speaking
wanted
about the hands beating
let's
them
wait for
up.
the people.
But now
Let's
the
wait.
hands are complaining. They are complaining.
Hey, my guy,
It's just wrong timing now.
there's something that there's something I got from TikTok. It's been said, alleged by people, allegedly.
Yes, Chief.
My guy, do you know what did I got a statement where someone said, you see the ladies who are getting to be perpetrated. Do you understand? Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
What do you
I
say?
hear you, Chief. I hear you.
The people who are getting perpetrated by men
Mm-hmm.
have started something so that the men can perpetrate them.
What is that now, Chief?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Chief,
I hear him, but I want him to tell me what have they started
now,
for
Chief,
the
you want
men
me
to
now also
perpetrate
to
them.
you want me to also get arrested now also.
Oh, it's not TikTok friendly.
What I'm saying is, Chief, let listen and listen carefully. This one can take me now also now to get arrested now also.
Are you gonna confess now?
Yeah, you're gonna be like the other gent that confessing on the live.
No. I'm talking about the people part now.
Give
I
me a
can't
sec,
be
gents.
against
I'm
the
coming
people
now.
part now also.
Yeah, I'm gonna screen record so we can use this as evidence.
I'm saying there was a guy on TikTok who said, what makes up the perpetrator to perpetrate the perpetrated?
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I can use now the word now also now.
Yeah, I understand what you're
Do you
saying.
understand? What makes me treat you in a different way if we are living together and you go report me as I did the other thing now also?
No, that's victim blaming. There's nothing a person can do to
Because
make
if
themselves.
you are to look, you can't say the other gender now has trauma compared to us as the you see us we stand up when we do the peeing now also.
What?
When we stand up, we do the peeing and we stand up, we don't sit down.
Yes.
Yes. Why is it always that majority it's the ones that are standing up, it's men that are arrested, it's men that are called abusers, it's men that are called names, then now they're also the ones who sit down on the when they go to the peeing level now. I don't want to use the word. Can you use the words?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm lost. I'm lost.
My guy, why is it always men that are always flagged as perpetrators? And then, have you ever sat down and asked yourself, what makes a man to be a perpetrator?
I just think it's because we're the what is it? Yeah, the host is sleeping. But I think it's because we're the majority who do these crimes. That's why they call us mostly perpetrators. And the reason most men do it, I think I don't wanna justify anything, but I think the reason is because the way the culture we've built here in South Africa and the stuff we've made, we let them get away too much. If we had a justice system that could what is it?
Did the
Properly
bro
work.
confess to anything when I was gone?
My guy,
No. Let's just ask me questions.
how many men died based on from my guy? This let me give you a simple example. Do you know a lady? There's a lady who killed a guy. here in Midrand. A Tsonga lady who killed the guy in Midrand.
The guy who got stabbed.
Yes, by the lady, and the guy died. Thank you. Yo, not died, passed on.
Okay. It's analyzed.
Just, I think it was a week or two. That thing, remember, that thing did not trend on social media and stuff. I get. I'm not going to. I'm not saying I'm differentiating between them, but there were two ladies who were now taken. Their lives were taken out in Mamelodi. Just, I think it was a week or two after. The guy now was arrested, and then the lady was arrested, but they said the mentality now is not right, and then she was taken out on bail because they said her psycho what is not fine. Is it fair? That's what I want to ask.
Are you saying people getting out because they mentally disabled?
Did you see the people? You see this people thing you guys are posted on your social media?
Yeah.
There's a lady is trending now who said your son raped my child when she was 13 and your son was 21, and then you laughed at me and what 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. That one I can't just divert on it, but the lady on the video shows that she had pain of what she was saying. Also. You guys want to put me into problems, ne?
Every time we come here, we have like strong chats like this. So this is the norm.
I am quiet. You even put people as I am quiet.
I actually wanted to ask, when do we change this purple thing? Because we've been doing it for a minute. I thought it ends after the 21st. Or do we have to do it indefinitely?
When are we doing green?
No, I'm not gonna put green ever. But I'm just saying, when can I change back to not purple?
Good night, my guy.
I think I'm also gonna leave.
These people are sleeping. Good night.
Everybody is sleeping.
Sharp.
Good night. Yeah, I'm the only one here. So I never actually got to answer the topic. Operation Dudula attempted to disrupt the G20 summit. Smart move or wrong timing? Hey, that's also a good question. I don't know, Operation Dudula. Is that the one for foreigners? I think the G20 is the best time to make your complaints about this nation, because that's when the country will take it seriously. Because people strike every day in this country and they don't get what they strike for. So I think the G20 is the best time. If you have complaints, make them now, because you have an international stage to present your problems. I think I understand the chat that no, we're going to lose investments, we're going to ruin our economy, we're going to make more unemployment and that. But if it's getting to a point where these things have to come at the expense of our people, like where we have to just let problems go by so we can just get international investment, we must fight, because this country can't be having international investment if it's gonna be coming at the expense of like women and children. That's why I say if you have any grievances, do it at the G20. He'll listen to you during G20. But if you're striking on a normal time, Cupcake, he doesn't like to take problems seriously. Yeah, that's my take on this topic. Hopefully we'll get our short stories back, and then when we get our short stories back, we can now talk about more nuanced topic, because this is the more broad topic.
But the first part, I am woman, hear me roar. Are you more alive with that, or are you more alive with Jimmy Cooper
Also, guys, please like up. We want to get to 20K before this live ends. It should be already over, but let's get to 20K.
Okay. So, how old is your child? I have two. I have a 7-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old son. Okay. So,
Godfather, are you sleeping? Because we can hear some breathing or snoring sounds. Oh, bye, Andy. Bye, Andy. We'll see you either tomorrow or some other day. Or maybe we'll never see, but it was nice to have you on the panel. Mm.
it really did take me that long to find out that.
Also, me, I need to leave soon. It's just me, I'm live hopping, so I don't know. If I have to leave this live, I need to go to another live, and there's no live that I have planned already.
See, yeah, you see, that's what I mean. When you raise your mom and dad in the household, it's just mom. Okay, let's get back to it. We're roughly the same age.
They should make me mod. I've been on these lives, I feel like, long enough, and I've maybe contributed a little. Maybe if they made me mod, I could now regulate when there's no mods like now.
But you know, women of our generation were not taught to look at men as requirements.
Yeah, and let me also hop off. Good night, everyone, or good morning, I guess. Hopefully, you'll be tuned for the next time that the live is here, and we'll be able to talk about scenarios instead of politics. I guess talking about politics and stuff is good, but these scenarios are more interesting to talk about personally.
We did, and our family did. Okay. I laugh because women see girly women remember things. Oh, I'm not like that. I was all about let's spend as little as we can on the wedding. I didn't ask. I just asked how long. I didn't ask about the wedding. I'm talking about the wedding day. The sentimental. Oh, okay. But anyway, what were you calling in for on the show? Just to get your advice for me, personally, my situation. I'm 45 years old, widowed. You know, what are my prospects? What type of man should I be looking for? Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, well, no, I heard the high value man, and then I heard the other show about. Okay, see, at 45 years old, man, you should know what it is. What do you want? Okay. What do I want? I want a man that's close to my age. He's looking to do stuff and going out, doing cultural type stuff. What year were you born in? What year were you born in? What was that? What year? 1975. You don't talk like a 1975. You don't talk like a 45. I don't. No, I feel like I'm talking to a 20-year-old. Oh my gosh. I'm asking a fully grown woman, what do you want? And it's like you're struggling with woman. You're a married woman and a widow. You should be fully grown to be able to articulate what it is you want, what fits you, what you need for your kids and the rest of your life. You're almost 50. Oh my God. What does God have to do with it? All you need is a clock and a calendar. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, I see what you're saying here. I see exactly what you're saying here. Yes, I do know. What I want. Okay. So how do I go about? I don't know what it is you want. All right, lady. Okay. Seriously, man. I'm seriously, man. I'm about 2 seconds away from TV. Are you trolling me or are you being serious? I'm totally being serious. Well, if you're totally being serious, this is pathetic. Because I'm serious. You're 45. Talk to me like a 45-year-old woman that could be somebody's grandmother. And you're laughing like, I mean, be serious. Maybe you're a widow. What do you want? What do you need? Well, I'm looking for a good man to be a husband to me and to be a father to my children. Somebody could support. And what is he gonna do? What is he gonna get? What is he gonna get from you? A beautiful wife. That's hold on. Beautiful wife. 5'4". Dress size. 6. That's your picture? That is my picture. How recent is it? Beautiful women don't have 2-year-old pictures. All right, we'll go ahead and put you on hold. I mean, I swear to God, I mean, that's 45. Hello? Oh, yes, hi. How are you? I'm great. How are you doing? Good. How do I pronounce your name? You can call me everyone's guys. Yeah, I prefer you to close it. Why can't just because I've been watching your videos, I found you like and then you put this as the topic for today. In my exact question myself. I would say general knowledge of I have a bridal school, so I deal with a lot of women literally getting married. But I think it would probably be because if you are overly opinionated, it's a turn off. And I would say that, based off of everything that I know from just watching live, people think that or women think that men want which they don't actually care about. And I actually would argue that they don't necessarily care if they're gorgeous as long as you make them feel good. I think it's actually more about pumping up their, personal. Are you married? No. Have you ever? I know it's ironic. Have you ever been married? No. How old are you? 29. Bible school? I own an alteration shop and okay, so you got a lot of businesses going on. What's your primary okay. And that's where the bulk of your money comes from? All right. So were you raised with mom and dad? Well, okay, I was first under yes, I guess. But my mom and dad were married, divorced at 2. My mom remarried at 9, got divorced when I was like 75. Where's your biological father? Jersey. No. You weren't raised with mom and dad? Yeah, mom and stepdad. So it's not mom and dad. You have any siblings? I have a brother. Are they older or younger? No, older. And how old is your brother? How old is your sister? Brother is 20, sister is 14. Okay, so you're much older. Okay, so why businesses and a Bible school and a relationship with marriage? I knew you were gonna ask. How long was that relationship? 8 months. How long was the longest one prior to that? I'm a little intimidating, number one, and number two, I think I have a lot of opinions, and number three, I think I've been going for the wrong type of guy.
How tall are you?
5'7" and 3/4.
What's that mean?
4.
How much you weigh?
137.
If you had to rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10, there's only no hair extensions, your natural hair. What team is that?
Interesting. 8.
Beyonce is an 8. Kelly Rowland is
I'm actually, based off what men are saying, they have said I'm a 9. Probably, I mean,
I saw you pop up. I saw you pop up.
yeah, I just came from the gym, so.
Beauty is beauty. I'm an image consultant. I'm not here to hurt feelings, but it's not no. So the thing is, because you said you may be intimidated, what's intimidating about you?
A, that I have the differences, and B, that I'm not an idiot.
So? You got businesses, so what?
Well, I think it's, there's a shy quality that a lot of people they would probably be Atlanta.
And Atlanta is where 17 to 1. Yeah, it's only So, have you ever dated a man that owns multiple businesses?
No.
So you didn't
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, it's easy for fuckboys to go through what you call success. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. It doesn't bother guys like me. The shit that you say is normally intimidating, I like to say that. Now what are you going to do to get one of them?
Honest to God, I'm all
Well, see, but that's the point. At 29 years old, owns a bridal shop. What have you done? What are you going to get paid? You own a bridal shop. So you see weddings all day long. What you ever ask the woman, how do you get your husband?
I have.
So are you competitive? So for the kind of men you want, are you competitive with them? What have you done to improve yourself? What have you done to improve yourself through the ways that men want?
Well, I work out so that way not only am I small, but I actually have like
That's good. Atlanta, that's good. Atlanta, all you gotta do is go over shop to Buckhead. There's a lot of women down here working, so that's standard. That's good. Keep going.
I make sure that I am I'm trying to be well read, so that way I can carry the conversation and not, be a dullard. I am trying to find some activity in which I can interact with the kinds of men that we are talking about.
So what do they want?
I mean,
What do they want from that woman?
they want her to be pretty, they want her to be submissive, they want her to cook and clean, and they want her to make him feel better. Physically and mentally.
Okay, that's a fortune. Very general. They want her to be feminine, they want her to be submissive. Okay, let's take it that way. Are you submissive?
I can be.
See, that's the relationship that works. So you might as well give me that. But if you can be, that means you're not in general. So,
I would be submissive if I could meet the right guy.
that's bull fucking shit. You don't meet the man without being what it is you already see. What do they want? I asked you, are you competitive with what you want? You gave me this laundry list of shit that you got. Like this one, I asked you, what do they want? And you said they want you. What they want you? This what you get. And I asked you, first thing, are you that? No. Why is that? Feminine. Are you that? No. I'm talking about this shit. See, and that's, see, listen what I got to say. You think it's a switch you turn on and off when you decide that you spark or not. But I'm telling you, the man like myself, look at the fact that you're not feminine all the time and you will never come in your area. In fact, you're not submissive